Okay, we are a couple of minutes late, but I think we can finally start. So let me welcome you at the 12th edition of MIDI conference. We are really glad that you are here. We also have participants who connect online. This year, our conference is streamed on the YouTube platform, on the YouTube channel of National Information Processing Institute. So I also welcome all the people who currently watch us online. My name is Cezary Bile. This is Wiesław Kopeć.
My name is Wiesław Kopeć.
Yes.
We are co-chairs of the conference.
We are co-chairs of the conference, and today we will be taking care that everything goes smoothly and according to agenda. We have very interesting talks and panels today, but first, as I said, we have our conference is in a hybrid form, and we are here in the stationary part. We at the Polish-Japanese Academy of Information Technology, and I would like the prorector, Professor Adam Wierzbicki, to say a few words as a host of our conference today.
So it's a great pleasure to welcome you all, both here physically with us and remotely online, on behalf of the president of the Polish-Japanese Academy of Information Technology, to the 12th edition of the MIDI conference. And when this conference was established 12 years ago by our late professor Krzysztof Marasek, we had no idea that it would grow so much into such a large, interdisciplinary and international conference. Congratulations for that. I would like to say a few words. First of all, it's a very timely topic, and machine learning and machine intelligence and artificial intelligence, as you all know, it's a big trend transforming not just computer science, but practically everything all around us. One of the things that it is transforming is education. At our university, we are starting a project called EU on Air, which is a European university, large consortium of 11 partners all across Europe, and the main leading theme of that project is artificial intelligence in education. So this is, again, one of the things that you are doing that might actually have a direct practical impact on not just research, but also on education here, and transforming the landscape of higher education in Europe through the whole project. The Polish-Japanese Academy of Information Technology is proud to host this conference and to be a leader in the research and development in AI. In UNAIR, we are also heading the research package, by the way. I wish you all very interesting and very productive and very fruitful conference. Use this opportunity to strengthen your collaborations and to meet new people. If you're here physically, of course, online it's a little bit harder, but I also wish you all the best and all the best opportunities, interesting talks. And please also visit the practical showcases that are in the main hall here for those of you who are physically here with us, and work together to develop new ideas and to shape the future of technology and also of our lives, practically. Thank you very much, and have a nice conference.
Thank you very much, and thank you again for your hospitality, for hosting our conference. Professor Wierzbicki mentioned Professor Marasek, who was the original founder. Yeah, okay. Who was the founder of the conference, and we also had the pleasure to work with Professor Marasek at the National Information Processing Institute. This was the point of contact that caused the involvement of our institute in the conference when we started to participate five editions ago. At our institute, the idea for such a conference was always supported and supported by our director. So I would like to ask him to say a few words now. Dr. Jarosław Protasiewicz, Director of the National Information Processing Institute.
Good morning, esteemed guests, scientists, and other participants around the world. My name is Jarosław Protasiewicz. I am the head of the National Information Processing Institute in Warsaw, Poland. It's my great pleasure to welcome all of you to the 12th Machine Intelligence and Digital Interaction Conference, or MIDI. I'm delighted that our institute prepares and implements innovations and modern IT solutions for Polish science, and it's involved in the organization of such a high-profile event. It's an honor to hold today's event at the prestigious Polish-Japanese Academy of Information Technology, which organizes MIDI. I'm grateful to our host for the collaboration and for the venue, which inspires sharing the ideas and experiences. MIDI offers a unique opportunity to bring together researchers and practitioners around the world and who work in diverse areas of artificial intelligence and human technology interaction. And I'm certain that all of you will find and share good practices and inspiration and have opportunity to experience captivating speeches. And I wish all of you fruitful discussions, inspiring case studies, and on the key subject of the conference. And once again, welcome to MIDI and have the inspiring time and excellent discussion and fruitful discussions on this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Of course, the conference is also co-organized by other institutions, System Research Institute, and which University of Technology. We also have a strong support from the Faculty of Mechatronics, Warsaw University of Technology. So.
And other institutions that are in our research network.
Of course.
So we will drop a word in a minute. But
first I would like to say more about the hybrid formula this year, because we decided to change this formula a bit, because today we have a day which is full of presentations, panels, and interesting keynotes, and we'll have a chance to meet and talk. But in the remote part, we don't forget that we have a scientific program, of course, as we are a scientific conference.
Actually, this is a core of the conference, the scientific part and proceedings in the
yes, of course. Like in the earlier years, we will have a publication in Springer with the papers, but currently we decided, as for the presentations of this scientific program, we decided that it will be available online in a asynchronous form. I might say, that is, you can check the website. I don't know if we could have an address here and QR code. It's on the MIDI. All the presentations are on the MIDI website. You can check and view the presentations, and of course the book, as usual, will be published around mid 2025. So here is the address. Here is the QR code. So you can check the scientific program, watch the presentations there. So this is for the remote part, but coming back to the place where we are here, we have presentations in the hall mentioned by Professor Wierzbicki. Wiesław, could you tell us more?
So for those of us, our community who are here at our academy, we prepared for you also a practical part, because our conference gathers not only researchers, scientists, but also practitioners, entrepreneurs. So you will encounter, or there will be a chance during our full day of conference to discuss various topics. However, this is important that some of those topics are covered by, physical artifacts. You can touch the cultural heritage preservation artifacts, digital reconstructions, or even physical retro computers and artifacts from the demo scene. There are also a lot of interesting examples of collaboration, transdisciplinary collaboration between scientists, practitioners, but also our students, from our students' clubs and our specialized areas, especially related to immersive system games, but also new media arts and interior design. So
yes, you can check the retro computing, because human-computer interaction hasn't started today.
Yeah. This is a long story. Yeah. Artificial intelligence as well. I think that each and every of us is familiar with those concepts that are deeply rooted in the past decades, up to, 1960s or even before. So you may encounter it, you may experience it with your own eyes and hands, and just try to make use of those old computers, the retro games, and new games that are created in this manner, how to follow the suit of this, let's say, unique approach to the climate of the previous computing era. And we have also some extra showcases of the application of machine learning in practice in terms of wildlife preservation or biodiversity, or even supporting smart home environments for older adults and other groups of end users that are usually not equally treated in the technological discourse, like impaired person or older adults. So you may find some interesting findings from our research collaboration network with National Information Processing Institute, as well as companies and entrepreneurs.
Yeah, and the panel discussions who will connect with the exhibition will be held at
quarter to one.
Quarter to one.
Yeah, there will be a special panel. So maybe we can move towards schedule of the conference, just to let know everyone
the
here on site and remotely.
Just tell what will be happening. I'm not sure if we can have a slide. We'll start with the keynote speaker by Professor Zoraida Callejas. It will be regarding the use of conversational agent for mental health. So this will be the first point, and we will start in a couple of minutes. After that, we will have a discussion panel held by Luigi Lai from National Information Processing Institute regarding artificial intelligence. Next,
there will be transdisciplinary panel of our Human Aspects in Science and Engineering group, which covers plethora of interesting, contemporary challenges related to immersive systems, artificial intelligence, and its application to various areas of industry and human research, from space and aerospace industry through ancient culture and recent culture preservation, to recognizing images from live streams, from photo traps, to Internet of Things controlled by...
Yes, and it will, like we said, it will start at 12:45. Next, at 2:15, we'll have a coffee break. And after that, at 2:45, there will be a discussion panel focusing on the interdisciplinary. It will be an interdisciplinary panel meeting on the challenges of digital medicine. It will be moderated by Dr. Rafał Jóźwiak and Tomasz Jaworski from National Information Processing Institute. It will last an hour. After that, will have a very important part as for the
Scientific part, yeah.
the scientific part for all the years of existence when in the new formula. I mean, since 2020, we have a best paper award and
actually two best papers,
yeah, two,
in each main track.
Yeah. Yeah, in general, yes. So we will have two: one in the digital interaction, one in machine intelligence. So at 3:45, we'll be announcing the winners of this year best paper award.
MIDI series.
Yes, yep. And closing the conference, the last speech will be by Dr. Marek Kozłowski, and he will be talking about the importance of national large language models. He's a person involved in the teams that create the big current biggest models created for Polish language. So he's in the middle of the topic, which I think is very important, and I hope Marek will be talking about this. And at around 4:30 we will be closing our conference.
Yeah. So this will be the closing ceremony. So as you may see here on site at our wonderful new building of Polish-Japanese Academy of Information Technology, as well as our colleagues and community online. We have full package of interesting topics related not only to technology, but also, as said, Professor Wierzbicki, Vice Rector of the Academy, also social aspects of those technical things related to application of artificial intelligence, immersive systems, and human-computer interaction in general.
And when we start to move to the first point in our agenda, it's great that you mentioned this the connection between social aspects and
technical ones.
Yeah, and in general technical ones, because the first topic, the topic of the opening keynote will be exactly the one. It will be about conversational systems for mental health. And okay, so I think we can move to this part.
We can,
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So I would like to welcome Professor Zoraida Callejas from the University of Granada, who specializes in the whole area of conversational agents, and today we'll be talking about the conversational systems for digital mental health and well-being. Can we? Hello, can you hear us?
Hello. Yes, perfectly.
Yes, I can hear you. It's great that you can hear us also. Usually at this moment I ask about something like what's the weather like in the place where the keynote speaker connects from, but this year this question has a much deeper meaning, yeah, because of the situation of floods that happen in Spain. What is this situation currently? Is it okay right now? How does it look like?
Yes, in the summer we were feeling because the sea was very warm, which was good at that moment, but we were fearing that all this heat would go eventually to the clouds and then fall down again in autumn, which was what happened. So it's been really tragic this year in the area of Valencia. More than 200 people died. So it was really, we've never seen this kind of flooding in Spain. So it's been very sad, but at the moment the weather is fine. But yeah, now the worry is how to help the people who lost their homes and now have to, let's see, continue with their lives. So how can we help? This is the main issue.
That was really tragic. I think that we in Poland understand it very well, because in September we had a very tragic floods on this mainly at the south of Poland, and this. They were tragic because, of course, a lot of properties were damaged and lost. But it's very important to I think also to remember that there are very high costs and effects on the psychological side. Yeah, for people suffering from this. In Poland, it's about I don't know exact numbers, but it was like tens of thousands of people who suffered from the flood this year, and many of them may need psychological help. Like, it's a very severe crisis situation, and it's very difficult. I think it's maybe even impossible to provide such help in this psychological area for such high number of people. That brings me to the topic of your today's speech. Maybe we could use the technology to and deploy it in some way to be able to help people better.
Yes, I agree. Yes, so there is the possibility to help people through technology in various ways, and in our case, in my lab, our expertise is on conversational technologies, and this is particularly useful for mental health applications because you can actually speak and using your own words with the systems. And this is very helpful because you don't have to adapt to the different menus or predefined options of the system, which may not be good for every person. And this can help providing more personalized services.
I hope that you will tell us more during your presentation. So I think we can move to that. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will share the slides. Let's see. Do you see the slides? I hope it's... Okay. I hope. Great, thank you. Well, first of all, thank you so much to the organizers of the conference for inviting me to give this presentation. As I was mentioning, we'll tell about very specific aspect of digital interaction, which is conversational interaction, and in the particular domain of digital mental health. So I come from the University of Granada in the south of Spain, and I'm going to tell you about different aspects in which conversational systems can be used in this specific application domain. So we will see two different main applications. One that has to do with the assessment of mental health, and the other one which has to do more with the trying to promote mental health or intervene and help users. And also we will identify some challenges, and then we will move to the conclusions. So as I was mentioning, conversational systems make it possible for users to communicate, engaging in a dialogue. And this can be helpful as a complementary resource to traditional services because when we speak, there is information not only in what we say, but also on how we say it. And these cues can be used to detect our emotional state or our mental health state. So this information can be crucial somehow sometimes for early assessment, and also for monitoring the user state at different points. And also we can use these dialogues to promote mental health, because people can ask questions to the systems without the fear of being judged. And this may be an opportunity for them to be more open about, for example, certain behaviors that are risky or may not be so healthy, and then they may be fearful of opening about them to another human. Also, the conversations can help in the understanding and support of recovery of mental health. And also they can be used just to ask questions about mental health, even if you're not suffering from a mental health illness. Having a good mental health literacy is also key to promote mental health. So all these different aspects, I'm going to tell you about how these systems can help, and also about our own experience in our lab. So about the first aspect, the assessment, there are different aspects in which we can focus in order to assess the mental health state of the user. There is written language that can be analyzed. So language can be in written form, like in forms of notes. Notes are also on social media posts, etc. But we are more focused on the part of conversation. So in spoken language. So from speech, we can analyze both acoustic and linguistic cues. So there is, as I was saying, how we say things would be the acoustic, how our voice sounds. And then there is also the linguistic aspects, which words we choose and how we construct phrases, etc. So we can pay attention to that. And then there is a second aspect, which is the conversational behavior. Conversational behavior is how we engage in a conversation with another person. For example, whether we wait a long time after the other person has finished speaking to start speaking ourselves. So this is how we take our turn, or how we provide feedback that we are listening to the other person. And all these different things can be also studied in order to assess mental health. So with respect to speech and language patterns, this I've represented in the slide as there is something under the surface which is not directly observable, like the neurological changes in the person, and we can just observe what's above the surface. So how these neurological changes affect the way in which we produce speech and language, and also how they affect our social and conversational skills. So this is the, let's say, theory behind all these different aspects that I am mentioning. With respect to the acoustic part, so there are different aspects that can be studied, and these first three questions in the slides come from the psychiatric literature. They are not even computer science. So this is how a human psychiatrist would pay attention to different aspects, like the volume at which we speak. So do we whisper, or do we have like a normal volume, or is it even too loud? Are we stuttering? Do we speak very low or super fast, or is the intonation very flat, so everything that we say is in the same intonation, or do we change and make emphasis on different words? So this way, different ways of speaking are indicatives, can be indicatives of mental health problems. And what we in the computer science, people with a computer science background are trying to do is to find these measures. How do we measure all these different aspects? So there are different aspects that we can actually observe and measure on the speak signals, like the formants, the fundamental frequencies, the energy of the voice signal, the volume, the amplitude of the variation of the sound wave, the duration of the pauses in between words, and all these different relations between voiced and unvoiced segments in the audio signal. All these features can be measured and can be used to try to figure out what's the user state. And here there are some, just as an example, this is an example in which there are some of these features and how they relate to different mental health conditions such as depression, schizophrenia, or anxiety. This is about the acoustic features. So it's just the voice, but if we pay attention to the content of what's being said, the linguistic features, there is also, there are different aspects that we can pay attention to. So the most basic level is to perform some kind of lexical analysis in which we pay attention to the words in the transcriptions of the user input. So when a person speaking to a dialogue system, we have the voice signal that we can process using the acoustic analysis I've just described. But this voice signal can be transformed into text using a speech recognizer, and this text can also be processed. And so from it, we can pay attention to things like whether the user is employing the right words for what he or she wants to say, or whether they produce invented words because they cannot find the real ones, or whether they use words in a way which is not appropriate. Also, they may use talk about themselves a lot, so use a lot of first person singular pronouns, or they use second person pronouns, including other people into what they say. Do they use action verbs or not? There is a lot of density in their message, or do they use a rich vocabulary, or do they always repeat same words? Do they use synonyms to make richer references, or do they usually employ a poorer vocabulary? So all these different aspects can be also an indicative that we can take into consideration for mental health analysis. In the second level, there is the syntactic analysis in which we pay attention to the structure of the phrases. So there may be syntactic errors, or there could be a very more simple or more complex syntax. But there are also other two aspects which are quite interesting, which is the dependency rate, like what's the distance between a word and another word to which it is related. This is the phrase, for example, the girl ate an apple. So apple is related to ate because it's what the girl is eating. But when we speak, we could say the girl ate and then include a very long phrase in which we don't know what the girl is eating until very long afterwards. So that will be a long dependency rate. So the length of these distances between two syntactically related words is also an indicative that could be measured. It is related to different mental health conditions. And then there is also syntactic embeddedness. In this case, what we do is to break a phrase and include another phrase. So, for example, MIDI 2024, which happens on 12 December, is being a total success. So there is the phrase made this being a total success, and in the middle, I've embedded which happens on 12 December. So the rate in which this kind of embedded sentences appear and how difficult it is with this embedding to make sense of the first sentence. In this case, a sentence that is being marked in yellow. It's also another indicative. There is also a third layer, which is semantic analysis. Semantic analysis, it's about the meaning that the person wants to convey. This would be like the literal meaning. So we can also pay attention to the topics of what the person is talking about, what are their main concerns, and then also pay attention to different categories of meaning, like whether they talk to cognitive processes or more perceptual or personal social words, etc. And there is another level of semantic, which is paying attention to meaning, but in the context of the full conversation. So we can also measure how coherent is what the person said with respect to what was said before. This can be measured, for example, by computing some time of next sentence probability. What was the probability of the sentence produced provided what was previously said, or the unexpectedness of the statement. Also the tangentiality, which is what's the tendency of the person to go off topic, to start talking about something and then taking another thread of thought and then start talking about something different and change again. And also the repetition, like whether they repeat the same concept several times, there's the same concept several times during the conversation. So these are examples from previous literature. So here you can say, for example, you can see relations between different words and meanings for control person, a person with schizophrenia, and with mania. So you see like there are everything about the same topic, or changing topic about something completely different, or many different changes of topics and concepts which are may not be interrelated. All this can be measured and then have a quantitative measure of how what could be happening with this person. And here you have another example in which you see how different aspects of linguistic analysis, from lexical diversity, semantic coherence, and appropriateness of response, how the patterns are completely different for a control group, bipolar, and schizophrenia. So it's quite interesting to see how with all these aspects that are conveyed by our conversation, we can somehow see some patterns that may be indicative of a mental health disorder. So far, I've spoken about speech and language, but then there is this third aspect, which is conversation, in which we can also take into consideration conversational features. These may be features indicating how we behave in conversation. So, for example, we can have different ways of taking turn during our interaction. So usually when we speak, people take the floor when the previous person is still finishing. So we don't make silences in between turns. So somebody is speaking, and when they are finishing their phrase, we already start with our intervention, and there is some small overlap. So if this overlap is very big, like we interrupt the person and directly start speaking, or if we make a an awkward silence or take a long time to take our floor, this may be also something we can measure, and it's related to mental health. Also, the number of times we take the floor during the conversation, regardless of how we take the floor, is also indicative. Also, when we speak to other person while the other person is speaking, even if we don't start with our turn, so we are not taking the floor, but the other person may be explaining something, and a healthy behavior is to show that we are listening with some kind of feedback like, I see, things like this. And whether this kind of feedback appears or not during the conversation, it's also another thing we can measure. And then there is also the study of dialogue acts, which is what's the intention, the communicative intention behind the user intervention. There could be the intention to convey some new information, but we can also confirm, or there are different things we can do during communication, and it's interesting that we can measure them. With respect to the work that we've been doing in my lab, we've had this European project, MENIR, in which we studied how chatbots could be used to promote mental health. This project finished just this year. I had the honor to coordinate it and with the participation of 8 different partners from different countries. In the website, you will have you will be able to check all our publications, because we have different findings related to the different aspects I've been explaining so far. And in this project, we generated a data set of conversations with a control group and also a depression and anxiety group. And we took a look at all these different aspects. So we annotated, anonymized the audio, and then paid attention to spontaneous speech events, like the kind of pauses that we make. For example, when I stop speaking because I'm thinking, I might say, and then this would be a feel pause. But some people don't feel the pauses. They just make total silence, think, and then continue talking. So this is also something you can study. You can study laughter, interjections, and then different phases of the conversation, the turns, the back channels, which are these feedbacks that you're listening that I was mentioning, and also did all these lexical, syntactic analysis and the dialogue act analysis. And we could see that many of these features that I was presenting before are indicative, that make a difference, that can tell apart the control group from the depression and anxiety groups. And now we have like a second part for this project with the Horizon Crystal project that just started in November, as coordinated by the University of the Basque Country. And in this new project, we will be also taking a look about how conversational systems can provide emotional support, and also in the context of mental health, and also in the context of customer assistance. So I'm very excited about this, to be able to continue working in this direction with the Crystal. Also, I wanted to give a note of caution, because we have to bear in mind that the fact that we find in the lab that some features can be indicative of some mental health conditions, it is very important to see that there may be limitations in the training data. And this is, of course, I would bet that everybody in the conference, when they talk about the specific topics of interest, will say that one limitation is the lack of data sets. So in mental health, this is really, we are really struggling because it's very difficult to actually gather the data, be able to share it, because of all these ethical considerations. So this may pose the limitation that some findings may not be so easily generalized to different, for example, to different mental health conditions or to different users, and also in the case of the, for example, linguistic analysis, we also have the differences in the different languages and on the conversational behavior in different cultures. So it is a very complex problem, as you may imagine. With respect to the promotion of mental health, so we've talked about the identification or the assessment of mental health, but conversational systems can also be used to promote mental health in different ways, because they could provide access to people who usually don't have access to some different aspects of therapy. It reduces the cost of having a more continued interaction and monitoring. So the dialogue system could be used in between visits to the human practitioner. It can be also a good tool for early diagnosis or for identifying relapse. So once the person is already out of the health care, because they've recovered, there is a risk of relapse, and so the tool could be used to monitor and set an alert in case of relapse. And also they are available anytime. And they are an alternative to face-to-face interaction when this interaction can be overwhelming for some users. These phrases I have on the top of the slide are the feedback that we obtain from the people who were engaged in the Manir project, who were part of a mental health nonprofit, and so these were the positive sides that they saw on the technology. So some applications in which conversational systems are being used is the promotion of healthy habits and mental health literacy, and also on the assistance on how to perform activities that are helpful for recovery. Also to make frequent interviews to check the state of the user, maybe to set reminders of activities or medications, and well, to provide resources that could be useful for people, and even they've been used for training experts in settings where the dialogue system acts as the virtual patient. I will go through some of them. So, for example, for mental health literacy, it is very interesting to focus specifically on mental health literacy. It's been checked in the literature that it's good to address it specifically, so that people understand mental health disorders. We reduce the stigma that sadly is still attached to mental health disorders, and make people more efficient in adopting healthy behaviors and seeking help when they need it. So the dialogue system could be used to ask questions to the system to understand mental health disorders, to promote health seeking, and to disseminate evidence-based mental health information. We've been working on this area. So, for example, for evidence-based mental health information, we've used retrieval augmented generation approaches to provide to the clinicians, to the practitioners, ways of asking the clinical practice guides. The Spanish clinical practice guides are massive documents. I have one on the on the lower part of on the bottom of the slide. This is in Spanish, but I just wanted to show it is really, really very big and very comprehensive. And so what we did was to build some kind of it's like dialogue system to which practitioners could ask questions, and it provided responses that were only found in this knowledge base of the clinical practice guide, and it would tell the bit of the clinical practice guides from which it took the response, so that is fully traceable. These are the kinds of questions that we use, which were provided by experts. So, for example, what is the efficacy and safety of antidepressant drugs in the treatment of depressive episodes in adults? Or does screening improve health outcomes in depression? Or what are the risk factors for depression? So there are very specific and some more open questions. And we obtain very good results in terms of the coherence of the questions, the veracity of the questions, and the evidence, how good was the evidence that the chatbot provided along with the responses. We've also worked on human-robot conversations. So we have a robot, a Furhat robot, and we developed a dialogue system that is into the robot to talk about mental health literacy. And it's rule-based, so completely handcrafted conversations when they are related to specific mental health topics. Then we have some pre-trained large language model for more open-ended conversation. And then we have also a mixture with retrieval augmented generation to respond questions that are extracted from sources of the psychopedagogical unit of our university, which are questions specifically related to student mental health. For example, anxiety in the face of exams and things like this. And we've used it with very successful results. That's for mental health literacy, for self-management and self-help to support therapy and intervention. So they can be used to provide some support, for example, for cognitive behavioral therapy, and there are some already available systems that are based on this kind of therapy. Also, it is interesting in some cases because people may be more open to self-disclose because well, it may be some people will see it as more anonymous or wouldn't like to. In some cases, for example, with the people that were involved in the Menhir project, some of them told us that at some point, after they've been several times to the mental health service, they felt embarrassed to again say they were unwell. They wanted to be well. They wanted to be in good mental health because they were seeing that people were trying to help. And if they continued not to feel well, at some point, some of them would start saying, well, I'm fine, even if they were not. And they would say this wouldn't happen with the chatbot. So there are some aspects that are interesting to study. But also there are many challenges. So the conversational skills. So we ideally would like a conversational system with advanced natural language understanding capabilities, because we don't want a menu or very restricted set of options, which is the case in many apps that are available in the market. We would ideally want that the user would, with their own words, say what's happening and being able to understand, and that the system responds adhering to some conversation norms and have a good time-taking behavior and be always responding in a trustworthy manner based on conversation context and also evidence-based informations. And so we would like this to happen, but also we have to be realistic. So if we generate an expectation that is not met, then this would generate lower user satisfaction. And if the user loses trust in a chatbot that has been suggested by a clinician, this could also entail a loss of trust to the clinician. So this would be really bad outcome. And so it is better to be sincere about the capabilities of the system, that trying to show that it is very sophisticated, that it has very sophisticated conversational behavior, and afterward it doesn't have it. So these capabilities are very related to the way in which the conversational system is developed. So the traditional way was to use intent-based systems, which are, let's say, predefined flows. So you already anticipate the type of user input, and there is a flow of the dialogue in which if the user says this, then you respond that, and then if the user says, and so we have all these type of predefined flows. This gives complete control over the system responses, but then less varied outputs and also less varied types of conversation. On the other hand, we have large language models that, as we know, they have a very sophisticated natural language understanding capabilities, but we cannot anticipate the answer. There may even be hallucinations. So this is why internet-based systems are very widespread at the moment as solutions for mental health chatbots. But we would like to go in the direction of these more skilled systems, as I was mentioning before. So we should try to move to the direction of using the sophistication of the large language models, but providing some restrictions or making them compliant to some limitations. So this is the work that we're doing now with the systems, trying to use the language understanding capabilities of LLMs, but making them just provide information that it's in a knowledge base that we trust, and then maybe trying to have different experts in different types of conversations related to mental health. And we've been taking a look at this in our work. Of course, I was mentioning that conversational systems must be just a complement to human, to expert humans. And so it is not completely clear how to provide this hybrid intervention. So when does the dialogue system act and when it is time for the human to intervene? There are some authors that say that, well, the system should be, the human should always be there when there is a very risk potential, there is a high risk potential, for example, in the case of suicidal behaviors. And in some other cases, there is this concept of artificial intelligence delivered and human supervised, where people say, well, the dialogue system should only take over the repetitive tasks that the human clinician doesn't want to do. But sometimes repetitive tasks also generate rapport between the human clinician and the user, or the patient in this case. So it is not clear how to make this, how to arrive to this balance. And also there is the challenge of long-term interaction, because at the moment when we read the state of the art, most of the systems are evaluated, so they are developed, evaluated during a short time. But mental health conditions, they are there for a long time. So it would be necessary to check what could be the impact of the conversation between the user and the system during a more prolonged period of time. But if we want to use a system for a prolonged period of time, then it must show varied behavior. We don't want to have the same conversation with the system every day. And yes, so there is a decline in the use of these systems over time, which has been detected in the literature. So this is still an unsolved problem. A related problem is engagement. So engagement in the mental health area is complicated because when people are unwell, they don't want to sometimes be talking to anyone, not even the chatbot or anything. Also, if the system is always asking, do you feel better today about your anxiety problem? It's always a reminder of your anxiety problem. So it may have a negative effect. Also, well, there may be barriers in access, as I will tell a little bit later. But there is a very interesting aspect, which is that engagement or disengagement may not always be negative, because at the end what we want is that the user doesn't need the support. So disengagement could also be an indicative that the user is well and they don't need the support of the system any longer, no? Which is also what they want in the traditional mental health institutions or non-profits, in which the users, they just stay there for a short period of time because they don't want them to be there in the safe area forever. This would be just a help, just a step into the recovery process. So it would be the same with the chatbot. We need to provide equal access. So there is not equal access in terms of mental health illnesses. Not all, they are all equally represented. And also the cost. So for example, it is known that the rate of ownership of mobile devices is lower among patients with mental health issues with respect to the general population. There are also ethic aspects that we have to take into account. First, that we consider privacy and confidentiality. These are very sensitive topics. That it's transparent where the system got the advice that it may provide, and that it gives it to the users when required. And that it's safe, that they at all time know they're speaking to a machine, and that they have the support so that it's clear that if they are in need of help, they should ask these humans for this human support, and that it provides mechanisms for emergency situations. So as a conclusion, conversational systems have a great potential to have individuals. So we've seen that they can provide access to mental health resources and promote mental health literacy, that they can be a good option to continued monitoring. And through this monitoring, we can, through speech, language, and conversational features, provide very valuable data to clinicians, and that they can encourage users to take action to improve their mental health. And also, for some users, they could be a setting that they consider not judgmental and not stigmatizing. But in order to achieve all these benefits, we must provide personalized support. Sometimes we have to take care that there is engagement over long periods of time, especially in these chronic conditions, but considering that disengagement is not always bad. We have to include the human experts in the loop, and this must always be a complement to face-to-face therapy. Maintaining privacy and ethic aspects. We have to be upfront about the capabilities of the system, because a loss of trust can also be a loss of trust in the human who prescribed or who suggested the use of the system. We have always to provide scientific evidence and tell the user if they ask. So they must be able to ask why the system is providing a specific response, and also make them available to everyone, and not prevent them to reach for mental health services. And lastly, also the World Mental Health Organization has a lot of emphasis on engaging and empowering people with lived experience. So in the research projects in which we've worked, we've always have some co-creation approach in which we've involved people with lived experience of mental health problems in the loop for the design, for the implementation, for the evaluation of the systems. And that we adopt in our research this human-centered approach. And I wanted to take the opportunity to invite you, if you're working on topics related to digital mental health or digital well-being, that we are organizing the third International Digital Mental Health and Wellbeing Conference in Granada. It will be in May, 21st to 23rd May. And it is open to abstract submission. It's only an abstract that you will have to submit until 15 March. So you are all invited to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your extensive presentations. I think we have time for one. I have one question from the chat. The question is, how can conversational systems help reduce the stigma associated with seeking mental health support? Do you have an idea on that?
Yes.
So we are back online. Thank you for being with us today. Sorry, we had a small problem with the internet and we have to restart the modem as in the old times. Now, so welcome back to the second session of our conference. And again, I would like to thank all the people present here in the room and also all our viewers scattered all around the world from all the 5 different continents. My name is Luigi Lai and I'm a researcher at OPI, Information Processing Institute in Warsaw. Now, as you know, this session is dedicated to legal and economical aspects of artificial intelligence. And I'm sure that you will enjoy our panel because we have 4 great guests, 4 great speakers, which I thank very much for accepting our invitation to this panel. We have in this panel, in order of sequence, we have Professor Marek Swerczyński, who is the Vice Dean of the Cardinal Stefan Wyszynski University in Warsaw, and he is also member of the Council of Europe Commission on Artificial Intelligence. Secondly, we will have Jakub Szebowski, professor and head of the Methodology Department at the University of Łódź. We have also Dr. Adam Panzik, social technological researcher at the Pedagogical University in Krakow. And for last but not least, we have Professor Tymoteusz Doligalski from the well-known SGH University of Warsaw, specialist in digital economy and artificial intelligence. So now I have a pleasure to give the floor and the voice to Professor Marek Swerczyński. Marek, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Luigi, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present you the recent works of Council of Europe on the use of cyber justice tools in the legal field. Cyber justice, of course, including artificial intelligence. Maybe a small correction. I will not speak today as a member of CAI committee, but as a member of an advisory board on artificial intelligence of the CEPES committee. So I'm going, I prepared a presentation and I'm going to use data from our resource center on cyber justice and artificial intelligence. And I'm going to share with you some our preliminary conclusions from the draft spring report. So we are currently working on the spring report, and of course we are going to publish it on spring, but already today I am going to disclose some outcomes. And it comes from our resource center. Of course, you are free to access the resource center. It is publicly available on the Council of Europe website. So you can collect the data, you can check the links, the sources. This information is reliable. So far, we collected data on hundreds of tools. But only 125 are included in this resource center due to our complex verification process. We need to verify the data before we disclose it for your use. And we see so many tools, so many initiatives regarding the legal sector that we recently made a decision only to limit the scope of our resource center to government-led initiatives, so the public initiatives. And the private tools are only included if they offer some exceptional added value. During the collection of this data, we see increasing AI integration in the legal sector. as it comes to, among others, legal research, translation, anonymization, supporting also legal decisions. And I'm going to show you some examples of such tools later. I understand that this presentation is intended to be brief, so I'm going to provide you with just 3 key takeaways. So first takeaway is that narrow AI tools, small AI models, domain specific, they are indeed future for the justice. They produce good results. They reduce hallucinations. They offer more explainable outcomes than general AI models. So we need such dedicated, specialized, transparent cyber justice tools for the justice systems. Maybe 2 examples from the resource center to illustrate 2 issues, 2 problems. A first example is Olga. This is OLG Stuttgart assistant that is used by the judges in the mass trials, in so-called Dieselgates trials. And among others, in case of this specific system, which is not very sophisticated AI, this is, we may call it a good old-fashioned first generation AI, but it is useful. And it was created also with the involvement of the judges from the beginning. So in here we see this principle that of the human in the loop, or we may even call it a judge in the loop principle. This is what also Zoraida underlined in her presentation, that this principle needs to be followed. Also, if we implement such tools in the justice sector, in the courts. Another example is also quite interesting tool, which is called Interlex. It is still in the development phase, and it's non-AI tool, but that can be easily adapted to AI, because here we speak about the decision support module. And this example shows us also that artificial intelligence could be used in the courts, in the legal sector, also in more complex international cases. Here we speak about private international law. And what is also recent is that we as a lawyers, as a legal sector, we have now access to the tools that that allow us to transform or to adapt such systems to our needs. No programming skills are necessary, no technical skills are necessary. We can just communicate with the AI in natural language using English. So English is now a programming language, and we can adapt such tools to our needs. And I would say this is the time as we think in the Council of Europe. This is the time for intelligent applications, specific tools to be used in the legal sector, and as you know, the hype for generative AI is going down. We should think about more specialized tools. A second key takeaway from our collection, and this is what we would like to say in our spring report, is that this concept of the robot judge or robot justice is just misleading. This is false information. Maybe there is a lack of education, which creates this misconception that the people speak about it, but they have no background, you know, to really justify this concept. And as we see from the tools that we collected, from the systems we collected in our resource center, this is not an intention of the developers to replace the lawyers or the judges in this respect. We see hundreds of tailored, specific, narrow AI tools. There is no AGI, there is no artificial general intelligence, at least to our knowledge, we will see next year, that could replace lawyers or judges. But still, we see in many publications, in many reports, this example from Estonia, among others, the Wired magazine published this article that Estonia is going to introduce AI in the courts, creating so-called AI judge, and this was a false information. So Estonian Ministry of Justice already explained that this is fake, but it is still repeated in many places. So please me remind you one more time this principle under user control. If we are using such systems in the justice sector, even if they are more advanced, it needs to be done under the supervisory of the human, of the judge, of the lawyer, of the judicial officers. This is also what is clearly explained in our ethical charter on the use of artificial intelligence in judicial systems and their environment, the charter that we created in CEPES some years ago. At the current stage, we are also doing assessment of the specific systems in selected member states. This is the first step to help the member states to do such human rights assessment process. We also published recently the methodology for HUDERIA. So you have plenty of instruments of the tools you can also use in your member states in this respect. So to conclude this second point, this second key takeaway, I had a dream. I can say that in future we will rather speak about legal augmented intelligence or human augmented intelligence and not artificial intelligence, because it is a little bit misleading concept, and people often does not understand the role of the judges and the functions of such tools. And the last point, the last key takeaway from that we are going to include in our spring report is that in 2024, we clearly see that generative AI, so tools, large language model, based on large language models like GPT, such systems do not deliver. So new revisions of such systems are presented as revolutionary, groundbreaking, passing all bar exams, PhD level. But from our perspective, this gives you false impression on its capabilities. So it still hallucinates. It provides wrong answers. From time to time, it becomes just stupid for no obvious reasons because, well, it is black box. So it generally is not fit for the needs of the justice systems. However, we see that the market, that the business continues to offer such systems without any scrutiny to the justice sector, to the lawyers. And the result is that, among others, now the lawyers are quoting fake cases. We see it everywhere. And this is, unfortunately, this is not longer news, but this is a sad reality that fake cases made up by ChatGPT or other tools are presented to the courts. There is a problem with also manipulated evidence. This requires some new procedures to be in place. It creates also disruption of traditional legal services. There is a risk of the unauthorized practice of law. This is what we see also in the recent reports. Then, of course, IP issues. We don't have a time to discuss it more, but recent problems of perplexity shows it over. So we see this risk of good or average current Gen AI to be replaced by bad generative artificial intelligence. That's why we also provide some support for the member states from the Council of Europe in this respect, because you need some procedures to be in place. For the time being, it seems like that generative AI is a trap for lawyers, is a trap for the legal sector. It does not work, so this opinion is quite negative. But of course, you can present your other opinion. So this is the summary. The AI technologies are already reshaping the operations of lawyers and courts. We need to be more proactive as a lawyers, as a judges, to supervise the systems. We need more education. We need to understand how it works, and to take the control back, I would say. Thank you very much for this possibility of presenting you this example.
Thank you, Marek, for your presentation. And as we've seen, to great power is connected also great responsibilities. Now we give a floor and the voice to Jakub. Jakub, the floor is yours.
Very much. I hear myself. So if you could please mute your microphone. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jakub Szczerbowski from the University of Łódź. I'm going to talk about, make a few remarks, in fact, about law and economics of generative artificial intelligence. And because of the variety of participants, I want to start with a little bit of introduction about what law and economics is. And I will not have a presentation because of technical issues, but when it comes to conferences about technology, it looks like technical issues are still issues. So let's call it my little input to this tradition. So when it comes to law and economics, it's a specific branch of legal theory, or the way of thinking about law, that involves some specific way of thinking about law. And I don't want to go into the very details about what law and economics is. However, I will make a few remarks when it comes to what law and economics does and how it works. So this discipline of law and economics basically asks a very specific question about what are the human motivations and how the law influences these motivations. So, for example, in law and economics, we would say that when a criminal commits a crime, he makes a rational choice, and his rational choice is based on a calculation that the crime finally will pay off. And there is some risks involved because he might be caught by the, let's call it police, to make the example simple. But he makes a rational choice and he chooses to commit a crime. So the goal of the legal system would be to shape the law in such a way that we make the rational decision of a criminal not profitable for him. So, for example, we increase the probability of him being caught, or the cost of being caught, that is, we increase the punishment. So this way of thinking about how we could shape the law. Another example is an example of tort law, where one of the counterintuitive ways of thinking about tort law that is given by the law and economics is, let's contrast it with the traditional way of thinking about torts, which torts are a part of law that is involved with repairing damages. So if somebody breaks my car and they are in fault, I can sue them and they will have to repair my car. If somebody breaks my window, I can sue the perpetrator and he has to repair my window. So the law and economics differs from traditional dogmatic point of view, that we ask a question, what is the most beneficial institutional setting when it comes to the fact that windows are being broken? So how can we make sure that the benefit of the society is maximized when it comes to situations like accidents? And the answer to these questions is not a simple answer, because law is trying to do this for centuries and decades, and there are still answers to be given, the definitive answers. However, when we think about this situation dogmatically, we say, all right, when the damage is done, the perpetrator is liable and he has to repair the damage. It's a very simplistic model, but it's enough for our purpose. In law and economics, we say, well, it's not only that the damage is inflicted on the victim, who, let's say, the owner of the broken window, but the owner of the broken window has to go to a shop and buy another window, and he influences supply and demand, and thus he makes the prices of windows go up a little bit. So this is a very different way of thinking than the dogmatic way of thinking about legal norms. And when it comes to generative artificial intelligence, I'd like to talk about 2 or 3 topics where this way of thinking about law will be helpful. I have only 6 minutes left, so just a couple of remarks, and if there is a need of further explanation, I hope I will be able to answer those in Q&A. So one of the problems, that there are many, of course, there is a broad spectrum of problems that are related to use of AI in context of institutions and legal norms. One of the problems is the intellectual property challenge. And here we have a situation where companies create language models, and they are training those models with some works. We are not really sure in all cases what kind of works are used for training. However, there is this question of, should we protect the creators of those works, and should maybe the companies who are creating the language models should participate, or the creators should participate in the benefits achieved or created by use of generative artificial intelligence. So from the point of view of law and economics, it would be most beneficial to find a balance between the benefit for society that is being created by artificial intelligence, but also that should be balanced with giving incentive to creators to create more works, because well, it's not what I will say. It's not maybe not scientific, because I'm not an AI researcher, but from my experience, AI is good at summarizing and text manipulations, but when it comes to creative work, it's not there, and I don't see it even being close to answering questions that we are pondering in academia. So if academic materials or other creative works are being used, we need to strike a balance between how the profits are being shared by those who make profit with those whose works served to train the models. And another topic that is problematic is consumer protection. And here I'm giving just one example of an AI bot being used as an advisor for the consumers who are participating or using some investment services. And of course, one might see the benefit of using advisor that is focused on investment services. However, we might it might happen that there is some, I think I lost connection. No, it's okay. There might be some error that causes the consumer to lose some amount of money because of bad investment. And the approach, which I think is not a very positive approach, would be to say, okay, dear consumer, you are investing. If you're investing, you have to invest an amount of money that you are also willing to lose, because this is the nature of investment. However, it's not really acceptable to have an institutional setting where the provider of artificial intelligence gets all the benefits if everything goes well, but bears none of the costs when there is a mistake on part of an AI model. So the law and economics role in thinking about this sort of problems is to also find a balance to how we will hold the providers of such services liable. And this, of course, opens a new field to insurance companies who could be willing, or are willing, some of them already started it, are willing to insure those kinds of enterprises. And the last example is the example of language models using personal data. And as we know, those are black boxes, and it's sometimes quite hard to know what the answer is going to be. However, there are examples or reports of language models generating private information of individuals, which should not be shared in those services. So here, still there is a need to find a balanced solution that will not hinder the development of AI, but find a way to repair the damage that was caused by the leakage of personal data in a way that is cheap and it's not hindering the development of those artificial intelligence systems. And I think I have no more time, so thank you very much for your attention.
For your speech. And as we've seen, artificial intelligence can be also on the dark side, but we need to be on the right side. Now, our next speaker is Dr. Adam Pązik. Adam, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. First of
Yes,
all,
we
I
hear
would
you.
like to first of all, I would like to thank for the invitation for this very interesting conference and the possibility to participate in this panel. I would like to ask for 1 second to make my presentation visible. Okay.
We see it.
Thank you very much. The theme of my presentation is the implementation of the Article 17 of the Digital Single Market Directive, DSM, in Polish legal order. And firstly, I would like to explain the purpose of the Article 17 of the Digital Single Market Directive. And secondly, I would like to try to explain the main problem bound with this provision. The mentioned purpose of this directive was to bring about the elimination of so-called value gap. In the legal literature, this is the term used to describe the legal situation of right holders entitled of copyright and related rights, mainly to musical works, whose works were uploaded on online content sharing platforms, like for example YouTube, by users of such platforms without authorization of right holders. In most cases, due to technical reasons, it was very difficult, if not even impossible, to identify and hold accountable the perpetrators of these infringements. As a rule, the providers of online content sharing platforms were also not held liable for the above mentioned infringements due to the exclusion of liability provided for host providers by Article 13 of the e-commerce directive. Consequently, the right holders suffered real losses as a result of not benefiting from the economic exploitation of their works, which were not compensated in any way. This specific situation was called the value gap. In order to solve this above-mentioned problem, the EU legislator established Article 17, paragraph 1st of the DSM. It provides that uploading the works or objects of exclusive rights by users' online content sharing platforms is permitted after obtaining by provider of such a platform the authorization of right holders of such goods. The authorization may result, for example, from the conclusion of a license agreement. The most controversial provision of Article 17 of the DSM is its paragraph 4th, which provides that platform provider is liable for making works or objects of related rights available to the public on the platform without the authorization of right holders. However, the platform provider might protect itself from liability if the following conditions are met. The condition you could see on the following part of my presentation. In general, the quoted legal text provides that platform providers are obliged to make best effort to obtain the authorization of the right holders to distribute copyright works, or at least make a best effort to eliminate the possibility of access to illegal content after information about copyright violation. Furthermore, the provider is obliged to make a best effort to prevent future uploads of illegal content. Now I would like try to explain one important problem bound with Article 17 of DSM. It should be noted that Poland filed a complaint with the Court of Justice in which it claimed that Article 17, paragraph 4 constitutes an infringement of freedom of expression, as it may lead to the elimination from the platforms of content that it is protected by copyright, but the using of which is permissible under provisions about permitted use of works. The Court of Justice admitted that Article 17, paragraph 4, requires platform providers to carry out a preventive control, kind of filtering, of a lawfulness of the content uploaded by user of the platform. Moreover, the platforms should use automated algorithmic mechanisms in framework of this control. The Court of Justice stated that Article 17, paragraph 4 DSM may constitute an interference with freedom of expression. However, the court held that such interference is permissible as it is necessary for the protection of intellectual property rights and, moreover, meets the test of proportionality. However, this test is fulfilled only if the certain conditions are met. One first of this condition is that mechanism, algorithm used by platform provider to filter content are capable of distinguishing between content that violates copyright and the content that is legal. For example, the content distributed within the limits of permitted use. Furthermore, the Court of Justice pointed out that the proportionality of this solution is demonstrated by the existence of guarantees for freedom of expression in Article 17, paragraph 7 and 17, paragraph 8 of the DSM directive. The decision of the Court of Justice might raise, in my opinion, fundamental questions. Whether a given object constitutes a work within meaning of copyright law, as well as whether a given form of use of works falls within the limits of permitted use, for example, in limit of right to quote, is controversial in many cases, and it is controversial even among copyright experts. It can therefore be reasonably doubted whether it is possible to create an algorithm that will clearly distinguish between copyrighted and unprotected content. Yesterday, I have spoken with the head of middle or big IT company about this problem, and this man said that it is impossible to create such an algorithm which can clearly distinguish between copyrighted and unprotected content. It must therefore be concluded that the after aforementioned requirement interpreted by Court of Justice is unrealistic, as the creation of algorithms which distinguish between legal and illegal content appears to be extremely difficult. This situation is not improved by the introduction of the possibility to file a complaint about the prevention of access to a work, which, according to Article 70, paragraph 9 DSM, are to be object of human control. Because taking into account the scale of activity of user of portals such as YouTube, the number of such complaints might be very high, which might prolong the process of their recognition. In other words, above-mentioned position of Court of Justice is, in my opinion, form of wishful thinking. Now I would like to say a few words about the implementation of Article 17 of the DSM in Poland. Article 17, paragraph 4 of the DSM has been implemented into Polish legal order in Article 22 second Polish Copyright Act. This provision actually repeats the content with some editorial changes of Article 17, paragraph 4 of the directive without any substantial modification. Polish legislature has not established norms which would aim at specifying precisely the relation between the protection of intellectual property rights and the protection of freedom of expression. Article 22, third of the Polish Copyright Act cannot be regarded as a such provision, as it is of a very general nature. Above all, the Polish legislator has not clearly specified whether and under which principles platforms are obliged to apply preventive filtering of online content in order to search for infringements of intellectual property rights. I believe this problem may cause practical complication in the future. Thank you very much for your attention, and I will be happy to answer any question if it will be added. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adam, for your interesting speech. We have seen how we need to defend the right to express our ideas. Now, I have a pleasure to give a floor to Professor Tymoteusz Doligalski. Tim, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Let me share the screen. I assume you can see the screen, yes?
Not yet. Let's wait a few seconds.
Please, it says that I'm sharing the screen.
Just a few seconds. Now we have it. Now we have it.
Okay, good. I'm not sure whether someone has the microphone on, so I can hear myself like from the echo. Oh, now it's better. Yes. Maybe it was you, Luigi. But anyway, thanks for inviting me. I'm not an AI guy to start with. I started my career both in business and in academia as in terms of internet revolution, and I dealt with internet marketing, e-business, and internet business models. And so like a year ago, I started to comparing what we have lived like 25 years ago to what we are doing, what we are going through right now. And together with Dr. Marcin Kowalczyk from University of Olsztyn, we have conducted the research in which we compared these two revolutions. But what we did is to ask people who have knowledge, who are knowledgeable in the topic, about the differences between the two revolutions, differences between our comparison, because they are not only differences, they are also similarities, but comparison of AI business model and internet business model, and some success factors. But the revolution and business model are the most important, and I will concentrate on them. So what we did, we chosen our respondents who were individuals with the right knowledge. We sent questions with email, like the questions where they were 3 open questions. And we intended to make the in-depth interviews, like conversations. But what happened, what we found out, that our respondents who are knowledgeable and so on, they didn't want to answer immediately. They wanted time to ponder on, to reflect on these topics. So basically, the email was a better way to get their views, and we managed to get like 33 views from 33 people to get interview, and it was something like 70 or 80% response rate. And look, now I will present you the results, like they are the excerpts from our respondents, what they said about an internet revolution. So the internet revolution started slowly and was mainly for gigs. And at first it was purely informational, then it was entertainment, and then it was e-commerce. And what was often mentioned by our interviewees that they created a channel of communication. And it was democratization of information, so this is what we know. And this revolution was spontaneous and garage-like, or happened in a garage, in the way that people, like usually young people who are not, who didn't have business experience, but who are enthusiasm, and they, based on like cheap and accessible technology like PHP or MySQL, they created the websites, and they were like Columbus. They sailed in a small ships into the unknown. As I said, they didn't have business knowledge. They often didn't have the degree, and most of them failed, but some of them, a few of them became very successful in the way that they managed to create companies that are nowadays leaders of AI revolutions. But there was also a change, like social change. So the change from newspaper to monitors, from letters to emails, and the interviews mentioned also from local to global business. I somehow questioned it. So this is not this easy, but at least there was a promise of it. And look, one of the interviewee mentioned that the climate, like the atmosphere, was completely different. Like, look, it was a time when Soviet Union collapsed, like a few years before that. The globalization was booming, and there was the trendy concept of global village, which, look, no one is mentioning it right now, because right now the AI revolution is different. Like, I mean, it's different, and the times are different. Like, the globalization is somehow decreasing. There is a competition between US and China, and AI is an important factor within this competition. So what about AI revolution? So most of the interviewers mentioned that it's faster, it's more complex. However, what is important, contrary to the internet, AI is not creating a new universe. So look, internet created a universe in which we communicate, in which there are certain companies which operate only on the internet, being it online stores, online platforms, online services. And AI is not creating such a universe. This is the opinion of our interviewer. I would add that somehow like ChatGPT or similar models may also become like something similar to operating system, because they will be application for them and so on. The threshold is much higher when compared to the 90s, to the internet revolution, but this is where when the interviews were thinking about creating like an LLM, because you may create easily a service which is on the top of an LLM, and you don't need much resources for that. So as you see, when you consider the big tech taking part in AI revolution, so it's similar. It is similar of the it's like the conquest of space, like 50 years ago or 70 years ago. This is planned. There are huge resources involved, and this is compared to the budget of small countries. And as you see, AI is changing how companies operate, both in the physical activities, intellectual activities. What are interesting? The complex activities, both physical and active and intellectual. So this is right now happening, and the changes also. In terms of how we operate computers, how we interact with information systems. And look, internet revolution and internet has created the interfaces which are based on www protocol. And this is different with AI, because AI gives us ability to talk to data, to conversate with data. And what is interesting, this data was which AI is right now based, was usually created during the AI revolution, during the internet revolution. So internet allowed to create data, to publish data, to store data, to transfer data, and AI is taking advantage of it. So in this way, AI is a complementary to achievements of internet. But there were a lot of bitter concerns expressed by the interviewees. And look, this one of them, big techs, will absorb everything what is new and innovative. And look what happened. Mistral and Anthropic has been acquired, or maybe not acquired, but are now in alliance with both Microsoft and Amazon.com, so with the big tech. So they are not more independent, at least. And one of them, I think they skipped the word open from the websites. At least they don't claim so often that the models are open. The knowledge-based power of big tech will grow indefinitely. And the interview used the Polish word wiedza władza. So I don't know how to say it in English. So I said the knowledge-based power. And there will be also, like this is the same interview which showed a bit bitter perspective. AI will give answers and it's down. Zero searching for the user, evaluating, verifying. So we are getting dumber and dumber, and we have poorer language skills and so on. So let's go to the business model. And some of the interviewees claim that it's too early to say that there is a business model like the new that there's a business model based on AI. And what does it mean? A business model based on AI means that there are enterprises, companies which works according to a different logic, which was somehow influenced by AI. And many people say that it's too early to say that because usually the AI is not like a major solution, it's like a support of specific solution and not a foundational functionality. Surely it does not refer to LLMs and so on. And another said that it's still too early. But this of interviews who mentioned that we may say of AI business models, they claim that it helps to automate the business process. It may serve, AI may serve, especially Gen AI may serve as human brain substitute as a service with zero fixed cost and variable cost aiming for zero. So what the thought here is that we may apply this technology and it's pretty cheap for us compared to other solutions. Surely, when we want to do this, like when we want to apply this or create our own solution in terms of AI, we need skills and they are costly. So we see those numbers are pretty high. And when we manage to automate the company, the frequent hiring of people for simple repetitive tasks will not be so needed. But what is typical for AI business model? Access to data, and the data which is of high quality, which is versatile, was mentioned by the users. Sometimes they may be services based on core models like LLMs and continuous optimization, usage of this data, but also creating new data. And what is important, what is even more important than in internet companies, regulation and ethics. And as a consequence, that may lead us to autonomous enterprise in terms of like autonomous mine, armed forces, farms, and so on, and software agents who are also mentioned here. And what is important for me as an economist is, look, AI models will determine the value of the enterprise. 25 years ago, 20 years ago, when I was writing my PhD, then we claimed, like me and my supervisor, that the customer value determines the value of the company, and this is still valid. But we didn't think that AI models will also be factors which may influence the value of the enterprise. So, to summarize, the Internet revolution has created a new universe in which we operate. The artificial intelligence is based on the achievements of the Internet revolution, brings process automation and human empowerment. Maybe I didn't say it right before, but it is this empowerment, this increase of human competence is pretty strong here. So we as employees or people are capable of more things or doing things faster with AI than without. And look, this is just a short overview of our research. Yesterday at SG Gazeta SGH, there was our essay presented on this topic. This unfortunately only in Polish. This is not a research paper, it's like an essay which presented this and the results to general public, but if you are interested, you may easily find it on the internet. So that's so far. That's it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Timotheusz, for your speech and the view on this new market and new possibilities. Now, I think we have just time for a small question to Timotheusz. Timotheus, what are the practical implications of this comparison?
Well, when it comes to practical implication, I miss something which will surprise you, because we have problems with gathering this data. Like we ask knowledgeable people, and look, I presented you many insights, but a regular interview could give us like three or four points, some of them 1 or 2. And my practical insight is that this knowledge how to create a company based on the AI is scarce. So there are a lot of AI specialists. Many of them are the stars on social media, and I don't question their knowledge because I also learn a lot of them. But when it comes to like real answering questions, how the companies may operate, and to give like the whole overview, this knowledge is not common on the market right now.
So thank you very much to all our wonderful speakers. Thank you for your interesting speeches, and also thank you very much for keeping perfectly the time without any need of anything, let's say. So now I give the floor to the next panelist, and I thank you very much, and I welcome you,
Thank you very much.
next year. At the
Thank
next
you very much for very interesting presentation, providing this different kind of perspective on artificial intelligences. For now here at the conference, it's very important to take into account the social aspects, including legal and business and things like that, not only the technical aspects of AI. Now we are ready. Thank you, Luigi, for chairing the session, keeping the time. Thank you. Now we are ready to move to the next point in our agenda, which is a group discussion by the group of human aspects in science and engineering, HACE. This discussion will be chaired by Wiesław Kopeć, and it will include topics like preserving tangible, intangible cultural heritage, challenges and opportunities in space exploration using extended reality, and citizen science and machine learning for nature conservation. And these presentations will be connected also with the exhibition, like we said before, with the exhibition you can see at the hall. So, Wiesław, the floor is yours.
And
what we need, just like 1 minute or less to put the chairs. So I will also help.
Let's meet like a chair or co-chair.
Yes, you are a chair, so you need a chair. That's for sure. It's enough. 5. Okay, we have 5 chairs, so it's okay. I think we may begin.
All right, everyone. As you already know, my name is Wiesław Kopeć. I'm the professor of computer science at Polish-Japanese Academy of Information Technology. I'm also head of XR Center and one of the coordinators of research network HACE, Human Aspects on Science and Engineering. Our research group brings together scientists, researchers, and practitioners from various disciplines. It's a truly transdisciplinary cooperation network. We gather predominantly, let's say, leading, at least at national level, leading laboratories like Laboratory of Interactive Technologies, which chair is, our head is Professor Bile, and Laboratory of Virtual Reality and Psychophysiology, which chair is Professor Pochwatko, who is also with us and will join our panel later on, and Monika Kornacka from SWPS University. So those chairs or heads of our laboratories will join our sessions, but let me start from the first part, because our, let's say, more or less 1 hour and a half discussion on recent advancement in research and development in our research network will be divided into various vital aspects of our research and collaboration, but it will be divided into 3 topical slots. So let me introduce the first panelists of the discussion panel on XR in aerospace, human performance, medicine, and bioinformatics. So Barbara Karpowicz, Monika Kornacka will be online with us, Wiktor Stawski, Adam Kuzdrowiński, and Aleksander Morozov. Oh, Monika is with us. That's great. Hello. Maybe we can sit somehow, rearrange, you know, the just to better show Monika for our audience. Alrighty, that's great. So let me briefly introduce the panelists. Ms. Barbara Karpowicz is head of our immersive systems laboratory at our research center. Monika Kornacka with us online. She's vice director of Institute of Psychology, SWPS University, and head of Emotion Cognition Lab. Wiktor Stawski, head of our transdisciplinary students club, and also young researcher whose presence is not, you know, it's intrigues. We will see in a minute. And Professor Adam Kuzdrowiński, the man, researcher of many talents, predominantly bioinformatics, and Aleksander Morozov, who is medical practitioner and researcher and also entrepreneur, currently related to Proven Reality, Dubai-based tech company on immersive systems. So, the topic of our first part is related to extended reality or immersive systems in general in various applications, from aerospace and human performance factors through medicine to bioinformatics. The microphones. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I'm co-chair and those are co-microphones. So we've got like one backup microphone, and we will pass the microphone. Alrighty, so Barbara, let's start with some technical issues and challenges. We are working right now as a part of the collaboration with, for example, the European Space Agency on some systems that will be devoted to training, screening, and teleoperations, which will be supported by extended reality or immersive systems. So could you drop a word on what are the main challenges or main factors related to this research?
Sure, obviously. So the main challenge when creating a training or screening or for something for the teleoperation is human performance. So how do we behave? How do we interact with the system? Do we know what we should do next, etc.? So in this case, for the educational purposes, it is important to create a flow of what we are doing. So we don't want our user who's using the training equipment to be either bored, so that it means that task is too easy, nor to be, well, to feel anxiety because the task, for example, is too stressful, there is a huge cognitive load, etc. So in order to achieve it, we have to create something that is called dynamic adjustment of the difficulty. And in order to do that in real time, so that's another challenge, to do it in real time. Yeah, well, we can ask someone, how are you doing? Do you need any help? But obviously this is subjective. It can be stressful enough also to answer such a question. Instead, we can use objective data, psychophysiological data. So for example, we can use galvanic skin response or eye tracking. And in case of eye tracking, we can focus on what is the pattern gaze of our sight, or how long are we focusing on the elements, what is the size of our pupil. So pupillometry itself is additional thing. So all of those things combined together in the immersive system means that we have to really focus on optimization of our software, because when we are doing it in real-time graphics engines, we would like our FPS, frames per second, to be as high as possible, so our performance, in terms of performance of our software, is high, so it's not lagging, etc. So it doesn't impact what we are doing. So in this case, we have to really focus on doing all of those things at once. So rendering, processing the data, then pre-processing them to actually do some additional operations on this data, and then decide, okay, is the difficulty enough? For now, should it be more challenging or less challenging? Maybe someone is too stressed.
Of the training, yeah?
Yes, itself. And additionally, we are using the technology that is called XR, extended reality. What's that for? Well, some people may think, what is that? So let's explain that as well. So I think most of you already heard about VR, virtual reality, and what I mean by that is that the one
we have the virtual reality in
there.
our main hall. So if anyone is not familiar with, it's a great opportunity to drop by and just experience the immersive experience, which will be also the topic of the next part of this panel.
So virtual reality is also the flat screen, but in this case, we mean the one with the head mount display that we have on our head. And XR is extended reality, which means that we can see both everything that we see around us in real reality, and then mix it with virtual elements. We can render them on top of the elements that are in our reality, and thanks to that, we can create real immersive systems that are challenging to do in traditional trainings, which means that if some scenario is too dangerous, for example, or even impossible to do in real life, then we can do it in XR. What is more, the Vario, one of the
manufacturer of the equipment.
Yes. So based on their data, they claim that the cost of creating such a training is cut by 90% plus. So
yeah, they claim that, when in terms of training facilities, like kind of aircraft or capsules or even other forms of training, we may shorten, or we can cut the costs significantly. That's why we join forces with, for example, Adam, and we will drop a word on it in a minute.
So in case of Vario, additionally, we have 2 4K screens for one per each eye, which means that, okay, so 2 screens plus psychophysiological data plus processing those data in real time and then adjusting the difficulty. All of those things combined together are very challenging. So if we try to cut them into small pieces, those are challenging. But when we're trying to combine them together, that's a huge challenge.
Yeah, so this is a challenge, but is it worthy or not? We may say that why the heck we should use this kind of complex system. Why just not ask people or just sit them in front of the let's say more or less mimicking infrastructure? So Monica, the question is to you. What about all those fancy stuff related to those objective measurement that Barbara mentioned already, from the perspective of neuroscientists, from psychological perspective?
So obviously, the first application of VR and XR, which seems to be very obvious, is to use those solutions for treating our patients or patients suffering from mental health disorders. But today I would like to take a step back and speak about psychological processes that can be evaluated in a much more efficient way through VR and XR, because obviously before we apply any intervention to our patients, first we need to assess it and understand how this intervention can work in real life. And actually the real life is a key factor in using VR and XR in psychological research or in research in mental health. Because usually what we use today in psychology is to use self-report questionnaires to measure psychological processes, or on the other hand, we also used to do quite sophisticated experiments in the lab. But the problem with both self-report questionnaires and lab experiments is that they are quite far away from our patients' or participants' real life. The solution for this problem is obviously to measure psychological processes in participants' or patients' real life. And we're actually doing it using daily sampling, so mobile applications. But using mobile apps to measure psychological processes or measuring psychophysiology in participants' everyday life has also an important limitation, because we're measuring those processes in different circumstances for every participant. And the solution for those problems, and the kind of golden standard now, is to measure processes in virtual reality or extended reality, when we can be very close to natural ecological settings of patients' functioning. But on the other hand, we can have also a task that is standardized, so exactly the same for each participant. So this opens new opportunities for research in psychology, for measuring emotion regulation, psychopathology symptoms in ecological settings, but also in a very standardized way. So I think this is the key part that we're working on now, if we're taking into account the perspective of clinical psychology.
Thank you, Monika, for your comment and from your insightful look into the details of, or the backstage of our virtual settings. So as you said, we may measure things in objective way, as Barbara mentioned, and you just followed this route with some other examples of how we may standardize those measurements in terms of research, but also application, I mean the practical use cases like training. And actually we did it. I mean, Victor, this is perhaps some of you are here in our auditorium familiar with Victor. Victor is the head of our students club, and he also took part in our simulated space mission. I mean, it was like simulated lunar conditions or lunar space station. I mean, in terms of isolation, it was valid. Yeah, we may say, Monika, that it was like 2 weeks of isolation. So some, as you said, in terms of ecological validity, this is something crucial, that if we would like to induce some effects, we have to actually lock persons for a couple of days or weeks. So it actually happened. So Victor, could you tell us, was it really interesting or involving you, those experimental studies using VR and XR during your lunar mission?
I mean, during our lunar mission, we had a lot of tasks to do. And one of them was participating in these VR experiments, and I would say it was really good, jumping away from today's tasks. We spent there about 2 weeks, 14 days, as I remember.
Yep.
And every time we were jumping into VR, we had different experience that could cut us off from that isolation that we got used to from outside world and went into this virtual immersive world where we could, how to say this, maybe feel something different, to cut out ourselves from this isolation and just feel the new experience. And I guess that only this feeling could bump our well-being into another level than just doing everyday tasks as astronauts, which have their schedules written out for entire day, every 5 minutes planned. So yeah, we with Rafał Masłyk, with Kinga Skorupska, I guess we really enjoyed that.
Yeah, so actually this experimental study together conducted together with Professor Grzegorz Pochwatko from Institute of Psychology of Polish Academy of Sciences, which will join us in a moment in the next panel session. Yeah, it led us to formulate this, let's say, bold statement that yes, we can conquer the space, at least in terms of human factors in space exploration. So within the cooperation with European agency special topical team on space analogs and human performance, we also focused on this training part. And right now we joined forces with Professor Adam Kuzroliński, from the head of bioinformatics department at Polish-Japanese Academy of Information Technology, but also entrepreneur and vital member of our community. So Adam, could you just shed some light on what we are actually planning in the coming months, how we can make use of your background and experience, something that already have been in space, and all this magnificent, let's say, technology, XR, and coupled with some extra technology.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for having me here. It's a wonderful time to speak with very experienced people. And yeah, we are planning to do a system to diagnose people in space, because on the basis of this idea is that a few years ago a patent expired, which is strongly connected with one of the technologies. We call it polymerase chain reaction of DNA. It is isothermal form, so it is a little bit easier in a hardware level. So we can develop a system which is ready to use, but still ready to use for experienced people, because it is still a gold standard DNA analysis. We need to extract the DNA, we need to amplify it, and still we should have an operator and user and what to do. So we are planning to mix.
It's a kind of vulnerable process. I mean, the temperature should be at the fixed level, or the temperature should change in various periods. Yeah.
So it is ideal example of using external reality, because we can train people to use even ready-to-use tests, but still we have some parts which are not so easy. Maybe easy for biotechnologists or easy for molecular biologists, but still not for end user, which is not familiar with molecular biology. And we are planning to make this system using equipment which is available on the market, because we have, for example, here at this university a lab with, for example, mini PCR equipment, nanopore sequencing machine, and we can bring it to space and make it possible to do it using simple extraction method. I think that it is important because in space we need fast methods. If we have, for example, a disease in the crew of a spaceship, so we need to have a fast answer what's going on, what is the pathogen name, And after that, we have conclusions what to do with this situation. And I think that if we link together molecular biology, bioinformatics, and extended reality, we can have ready to use the whole system for making diagnostics even in space.
Yeah, so we can foster the training, let's say, practice, and then we can even recall with maybe easier setup the crucial parts of the process. So I think this is more or less in line with our previous research. I don't know, Monica, if you agree with this the path. So we will. Speaking of the medical part, we also are involved with Adam with some cooperation with medical institutions, as many of us in this room and with from the audience. So that's why with us is also Alexander Morozov. As I mentioned, not only researcher affiliated with our XR Center, but also, or predominantly, medical practitioner and entrepreneur and also software developer of immersive systems. Actually working with Dubai. So this is why we connect the research with also practical applications. So could you drop a word on what are the crucial area right now from your perspective as a medical practitioner and also entrepreneur? What are the key, let's say, areas of application of such systems in the context here on Earth, not necessarily at the ISS or Gateway lunar orbital station, but maybe here right now, maybe from your experience.
Sure. Firstly, thank you for the great opportunity to be at this wonderful conference. And by the way, if we are speaking about the medical area, so virtual, augmented, extended reality give us plenty of different use cases that we are seeing in different parts of the world, in different researchers, and some of them I'm involved in. And for example, all is beginning from the medical education. And if we are seen in the traditional way, we see that medical students, like any students, have pretty bad spatial understanding of all relationships, of all tissues, organs, vessels. Of course, it's we can see it on different images and other, but when we see it in the real body, there is a big amount of different questions. But in the virtual reality, we can see any organ, any vessel, anything that we want in the model of the person. We can give a hint to a student, and we see good results of the different researchers all over the world. Or, for example, we made one application that was dedicated to the learning of auscultation. Auscultation is the art of hearing sounds of the lungs, of the heart, and students in the real life at firstly in the university cannot hear all the plenty of sound that they will hear at the workplace in future. From other hand, students as the patients is very shy, and when the 12 students go to the hospital ward, and not only the patient feels uncomfortable, but students also, and many of the students don't focus at the hearing of necessary sound when they're learning how to hear the lungs or heart. But when they previously practice on the virtual model, in the virtual reality, in the condition of a real hospital ward, we see in the different researchers and in some of the researchers that I was involved in, that students are most confident on their own knowledges. And then in future, on the exams, they showing the better results of the knowledge retentions. But what if we will speak not about students, but about practitioners? For example, about surgeons. Many of you can think what a process can have surgeons from virtual reality, because surgeons work with their hands, not with the controllers. Of course, if we are speaking about laparoscopic procedures, there are different situations. But different researchers showed us that even surgeons who trained in virtual reality, starting performance better than traditional group because they better understanding the algorithmic and step-by-step all the manipulations. And from other hands, they can train in the multi-users conditions in virtual reality, how to communicate with each other, with teams, with nurse, with second surgeon, and they can practice all this interdisciplinary team communication in the condition of virtual reality. That, of course, is better than the condition of the real patient for training. And we know that in medical universities there is plenty of different simulators, but virtual reality simulators, it's cheaper and it's require less place to train this. And of course, different other areas like rehabilitation, because it's pretty easier to make gamification of all the rehabilitation manipulation. For example, when patient need to dozen times raise up his hands just to training after stroke or after some illnesses. It's pretty boring and patient is not motivated. But if in virtual reality he is fighting with dragon and he need to raise arm with a sword, and research shows that it's the best way to the rehabilitation that we got nowadays.
Thank you, Alexander, for this wonderful, wonderful example. The last one, I mean, this gamification one. What do you think, Monica? Can we, to what extent we can try to, match our results from our previous studies on this, let's say, on diagnosis and well-being and things like that? With executive functions, other stuff, and this, let's say, new ways of application of virtual and extended reality, including medical with dragons.
Well, I'm not sure about dragons, but I'm more confident when I'm speaking about people and their cognitive and executive functions. But definitely, I think this is the future of the use of VR and XR in a broad medical research, because obviously we're using particularly VR for already quite a long time. But if we look into the research, it's actually not that obvious. There are not that many research exploring executive or cognitive functions in VR, and comparing traditional tasks with the use of the same, for example, executive or even motor functions training in virtual reality. So I think what will be the key part in properly applying VR and XR in medical training, but also rehabilitation, therapy, psychotherapy, will be to really understand whether VR settings and conditions are similar or different compared to the ecological condition and compared to the previous research that we did in the lab. So I think what we did, for example, with testing executive functions, or what we are doing now, developing systems with virtual reality, but also measuring, as Barbara mentioned, eye tracking and psychophysiology. Well, this will be the basic for further application of VR and XR in the medical world.
Thank you, Monica, and for your comment. And this leads us to final word from Barbara, because Monica mentioned that we are working hard on some improvement in our framework. So what is actually the challenge in terms of measuring in real time?
The challenges are always area of interest, because when creating a screening on training system, we have to assume what will be interesting for the user, because keeping track on what they're looking at is pretty resource consuming. So that's why area of interest definitely is the answer here.
Yeah, and there is a difference, huge difference between static and dynamic scenes, including virtual or extended reality, as far as I understand the topic.
Yeah, so yeah, if something is static, obviously it's easier to measure. Okay, it stands there, someone is looking in this direction, for sure they're looking at it, but if it's moving, obviously there will be some more calculations included, and again, performance.
Yeah, so you may read a bit on it in our this year MIDI edition paper written by Barbara and colleagues. So it also leads us, those, let's say, high fidelity content and those virtual realities or extended realities that resemble the real world. What is actually the challenge, Victor? Because you are also responsible for this content part of those environments.
I think that the biggest challenge here will be real-time graphics, because of course we can do some gray box representations of what we are trying to achieve, but no, we want to immerse a person that goes into virtual reality, to extended reality. We want to kind of merge it into the real world. So
perhaps this is the answer. And what about the artificial intelligence? Can we use it, or we will extend it? This is a cliffhanger. We will extend it in the next part of our panel. And just if I may ask Adam, because he's also an AI expert, what do you think? Can we improve our training system with AI, with data analysis or something like that? It will be helpful also for our colleagues from the psychological field of research.
Okay, I think that yes, because I think that AI is just developed for data analysis in a very sophisticated way, because in everyday usage I use, for example, models from OpenAI, Anthropic, to work with bioinformatics data, because they can use many statistical methods in a real time, and I can compare it very fast, and I do not need statistics software. So I think that it is the future also of extended reality.
Yeah, so I think, Alexander, that this is in line also with your observation of the future of those immersive systems in medicine and AI.
Yeah, sure. Mostly we are working with the most grounded issues, and we use some AI features in our application for mental health and for kids, because one of our directions is working with neurodiversity kids with autistic spectrum disorder. And from one hand, virtual reality nowadays help us to reproduce the real world environment and help them adapt to the real world. But each child has its own mindset and its own issue. That's why sometimes psychologists need in real time on the session make some new model just to show to the kids. And now we got some AI generated 3D models that on the 30 seconds by the text description can make the 3D models, and the kid with neurodiversity can see it model from different angles. And it's very helpful, because if previously many specialists showing different animals or different objects just at the cards, and many of the kids didn't understand if, for example, the rabbit got only one color, or is maybe card it's have the name the rabbit. Yes, there was the different issues. But when we're starting to showing 3D models of different plenty of rabbits that were generated with the help of AI, it shown us the improvement of understanding and using of these namings of objects, animals by the kids in the real life.
Yeah, so that's great. As you may see, I mean, here in our main auditorium and our participants online, all those technologies interleave. I mean, bioinformatics, aerospace, XR, and even medical treatment, and everything is coupled with artificial intelligence. So this is why we are discussing it right here, right now, on this very conference. So thank you so much for your insightful remarks on our current endeavors in our research initiative. And I would like to thank Alexander, Adam, Victor, and Barbara. And Victor stays with us because we are moving towards next section of our panel. And I would like to, so bravo. Thank you, Monica. So I would like to invite on the stage, yeah, so perhaps Victor will assist you, Professor Wladek Fuchs from Detroit Mercy University, directly from US, or maybe not directly, from Paris. Yeah, this is, and Victor is with us. So Maciej Grzeszczuk from our XR Center, who specializes in digital heritage and artificial intelligence, among others, as well as Andrzej Lichnerowicz from Social Committee of Polish Demos and Chronicles, I'm sorry, as well as our one of our main guests and colleagues, Professor Grzegorz Pochwatko from Institute of Psychology, Polish Academy of Sciences. And the chair is yours. Alrighty, as we said, or as we discussed in the previous part, immersive systems and AI are strongly coupled together, and that's why we have this other part of our interests, which is related to digital heritage, architecture, computers, and art in general. So the vast area of research and application. And the main topic that we would like to start from, thanks to Professor Fuchs' presence in Poland, is our Archivist framework, Volterra use case, VR use case, that we are developing thanks to the European Union Next Generation EU National Recovery Plan. So this is, of course, the part of the broader scope of research, and Professor Władysław Fuchs is an architect and also practitioner in terms of, let's say, ancient culture. But maybe you would like to say some more words on your work right now by yourself. I mean, you are involved with Volterra Detroit Foundation. Some of you who are with us here on site, you may try during the break to virtually experience the ancient Roman theater of Volterra, which is actually the part of Professor Fuchs' research. And actually, we are, based on this research, we constructed, together with Victor and other colleagues, those virtual, let's say, experiences that allows us maybe not necessarily to show or to perceive how actually or exactly those ancient buildings look like, but in 12 minutes, we are almost there. Microseconds. Oh, yeah. It's like an hour. Okay. That's better. Because we have another part. Then we will move to the biodiversity. So let's proceed with digital heritage or digital preservation. So this is a kind of an important topic, not only in terms of virtual reality, of course, and we will move forward next to other remains of the recent past. And you probably experienced. Yeah, we may restart. So we are deeply sorry for this short technical break. We are now, right now, in the middle of the discussion of digital heritage in the context of architecture, computers, and art in general. So let's get back to Professor Vladek Fuchs. So from your perspective, what is the most important findings from your research and the methods that you are using for this ancient culture? But the methods are quite, let's say, recent and decent, and maybe not so common.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a great pleasure. I wanted to thank Wiesław and everybody else for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here and be able to actually talk about my work in such a fantastic environment. And before I say anything else, I have to actually confess to a very grave sin. My parents were professors of mathematics. Right? So I have mathematics in my blood, geometry including. And when I became an architect, I thought I would become an artist, but it turned out not to work that way. I became a researcher, right? More or less against my will. But in the end, I'm very pleased to be where I am. But I have to tell you that it did not happen overnight, you know, and it did not happen because I planned for it. It was something that happened to me because of a great number of coincidences. And one of them, and probably the most important, was the advances in digital technology and advances in the methods of documenting historical structures, the most important of which was laser scanning, three-dimensional documentation, photogrammetry, drones, all of that technology, which is now becoming the commonplace thing, but it was not so 15 years ago. Right? But when we first measured the Roman theater in Volterra, my ambition at the time was literally to create a virtual reconstruction of it. But I really wanted to understand how it was planned, how it was designed. And it led me to a series of questions that led to a series of headaches, and that led to a series of articles I published, and I'm writing a book right now, in which essentially every step I took was in some way a step in virtual reality as well, because I tried every idea that I had. I tried using the CAD systems, using the two-dimensional, three-dimensional CAD systems. I tried to replicate how the ancient Romans must have thought about their designs. And in the end, virtual reality was my method of research, right? But not really virtual reality in that most obvious visual form, but in that total immersion in thinking three-dimensionally and thinking in terms of the overall form of the structure. And so, you know, I now am writing a book on the title of the book is going to be Confronting Vitruvius, the Roman design methods in architecture. And hopefully it will come out in about a year or so, a little bit. But I wanted to say that I would not be where I am if it was not for the modern technologies, right, including virtual reality. Looking what I'm looking at right now, I'm also thinking, okay, what else can we learn about the past using virtual reality? Right? Is virtual reality limited to the visual experiences, or we can actually extend it further? Right? Can we actually make it so physical that we would be able to, for example, replicate the process of erecting those structures? Right? Would we understand better how the Roman cranes worked? Right? How did they lift those stones at the heights where they had been placed? You know, can we make virtual reality truly virtual reality so we can truly learn about the past reality.
Yeah, I think I totally agree that this is a lot of questions, not only research question, but in general about how the technology works and how can we simulate it. And speaking of, as you said, we may say a lot based on your research on the construction part, and we can recreate based on your models, we can recreate the, let's say, interactive, immersive environments, and you can actually perceive it. And we, of course, encourage you to try, at least if you haven't so far, try it yourself. We have different systems, PC-based, untethered, so you may try which is better for you, more suitable, and also learn of some limitation. And speaking of limitation, we from the architecture to the, let's say, interior design, because Victor is also multi-talented young researcher, and he's also a student of new media art and specialized in, of course, 3D modeling, sculpting, and things like that. But he's also a designer of interior design. So, what is the main challenge in the process that we started from Vladek's models and this approach of, let's say, high volume architecture that we may perceive, but in terms of details, is there a kind of uncertainty that we cannot actually, let's say, cover with current state of technology and current state of our knowledge about it?
So in terms of applying it into any game engine, Unreal, Unity, anything that can upload it into virtual reality, we need to more think as a game developers than
researchers,
architects
or
architects,
yeah.
Because every time we are doing a model that we will use, for example, for visualizations or for engineering purposes, we are doing this to get data or good-looking images that we render a lot of time. But what we are trying to achieve here while implementing our engineering models or interior design models is optimization. We don't want 1 frame per 60 minutes. We want 1 frame per 1/16th second. We want 60 frames per second to make it as immersive as we can. And the biggest problem is optimization. We have some solutions that we are trying to fit, like, for example, we tried Datasmith importers, which is great for converting the engineering projects into real-time VR projects.
Yeah, from building information modeling systems to online, let's say, real-time gaming engines. However, we still face the challenge that we are not certain about the details, and actually this is also a part of Wladek Fuchs' work, that thanks to your Wladek research, we are right now pretty much more or less sure of how actually that, for example, Volterra use case as a part of our research that we are willing to support, of course, for the longer time. So using our Archiverse framework and Volterra use case, and thanks to the European Union Next Generation EU National Recovery Plan, we can, for example, have next steps like this one that you can actually may experience right here, right now. But the challenge still remains that we are not certain about each and every part of the facade, for example. So we can experience the construction and, for example, this spatial relations in virtual reality, but that way or another, we are still limited by the level of uncertainty. I'm sorry for my English. So this leads us to Maciek and his, let's say, recent remains in time of the past. So yeah, could you drop a word on this kind of research, which is also related to virtual repositories, which are also important for architects and archaeologists, but maybe it's not so evident or obvious that those areas are related, but on the meta level, they might.
Yep. Hello, everybody. Yes, as you have seen in the main hall, the center of main hall, we have a small exhibition of old stuff. Well, we have the old computers, we have old cassettes, we have funny-looking old manuals, and you may wonder, what is that? Some of you remember that from the past, and some of you don't. And this is actually how we used the home computers in the early home computer era. So we had, in 80s, we did not have the official way of distributing a software here in Poland, so we had to buy a pirated software on the stand. Usually it was a side project of somebody working in some facility, and later, after hours, he was just copying and pirating the software and distributing his work. So this knowledge is not very common, even outside maybe Soviet bloc countries, because, well, usually you did have some pirating in the Western countries, but not on the scale we observed here. And this, in fact, is something that will be maybe in future an interesting research topic for the ethnologists, for ethnographs and so on, the people that are trying to follow the habits and the culture that developed here. But we still have the possibility of actually reaching the persons that remember the times, that could enrich those physical remains that we have with some historical context, with the context of the cultural and socio-economical environment they grew up with. But to do that, we actually have to give them tools. Like with virtual reality, you can imagine something. If we use those tools to maybe stimulate persons to actually bring back those old memories, but still we then have to give them ability to capture it and bind it with the context of the whole object of the structure. So our recent study that we are publishing on this conference regards the methods of actually enriching and creating new knowledge that will well, give the ability of future generations to actually act on it, to further analyze and enrich that. And this is something that actually can be used also in that, well-known historical research, that if we have the buildings that we analyze and have some reconstructions, have some assumptions, we can add that to the model. Next generations can use that to further confirm or deny or discuss or just try to mix and match. And this is something that we try to address here, and well, this is something we're very interested on, especially that the area is actually, well, we observe, in the past, we only observed functioning in that physical domain. And right now we have the virtual domain, and that virtual domain spurs some new activities like the art that is created inside of the virtual domain, or the habits like the, well, social media or whatever that right now only exists in that domain. So if we don't try or address that topic, we won't have much content to analyze in the future, I guess.
So it also leads to another question of the research with your colleague, maybe Andrzej. Maybe you will try to. Maybe you can drop a word on on your area of research, which is related to the same topic as Maciek. So our contemporary, let's say, endeavors in this area.
Good afternoon, first of all, and as my colleague said, thank you for having me. It's a great pleasure. My area, I'm a demo scener since a long time, And I have this luxury of being around computers since mid-80s mostly, and this gives me a perspective on how those platforms change. First of all, so it is, and this is a point I was having a really hard time conveying to Polish Heritage Institute, for example, when I worked in a social committee that I founded with a couple of my colleagues from Demoscene. We were working with National Heritage Institute on enlisting Demoscene as intangible heritage under UNESCO label. And this was a first-born digital culture that was enlisted in entire UNESCO, but also in Poland. So the one takeaway from this is that especially ours, like Polish processes and institutions are not really ready for digital heritage. The experts, they are mostly physical. Like we have a lot of great historians and experts on culture, in indigenous cultures, folklore cultures, etc. We don't really have in those bodies experts on anything digital. And this was hard to convey. We had a lot of support from ministry and from the chairs of the institutions, but still we had to convince them, right? For example, one of the requirements of UNESCO is that the culture needs to be passed from generation to generation, right? And this, by a common standards, is like people generation, right? So my kids, me, my parents and grandparents and all that. In computers world, really, in generations are like 5-10 years. Because when you look at it, we had Odra in like '80s, the Polish computers. Then when Kokomo started to relax the import control that US imposed on Eastern Bloc, we started getting Spectrums and Ataris and Commodores, and then Amigas, 8 bits, 16 bits, 32 bits, and all that. That moves fast, right? And each generation is not comparable to the other. Like you cannot compare Amiga software with Spectrum software and modern PCs or even web with a software that was here like 10 years ago. So this is one aspect. The other aspect is that this hardware starts to deteriorate in a much faster pace. Like when you think of preservation, Spectrum is relatively easy to preserve. Like the CPU is, and Maciej actually reverse engineered Bosman in like, well, not maybe days, but
here is Bosman.
Impressively quickly, he was able to reverse engineer the entire board, and we are able to have Bosman again thanks to Maciej and like a DIY kit. But when I was listening to Professor, for example, he did a lot of research on reverse engineering the Roman theater, right?
Yep.
And we have a VR now. And how do we preserve that? Like, how do you make sure that in 20 years, it is still available to people? Are you able to preserve the actual headset, like, or the software? Like, is it Unreal or Unity or whatever? The major versions that come out like every second year are not compatible with the previous versions.
Yeah, actually, thank you, thank you, Andrzej, for this question, because it's actually one of the questions that I would like to ask to Professor Fuchs about what we are right now, let's say, exploring. I mean, you're exploring your research, and how about preserving it for the further generations, and how we actually may build on top your research? Is there anything that we may add to it in the future, or how do you think how it should evolve, and how it expand or evolve in general? This kind of research on as Andrzej said, this reverse engineering of Roman construction and engineering.
I think we are talking here about two interestingly, maybe contrasting, but at the same time compatible concepts. One is progress, another is preservation, right? How do we preserve progress? Right? How do we preserve the witness of progress, the witnesses, right, of progress? And I remember so well the early computers, right? I used to play on them too. And I sometimes wish, there was some sort of museum of it. Young people do not care, you know? So the question is, how much will the future generations care about that progress? And that's part of that question of the preservation.
Yep.
Right? But one of the most important aspects of my research was that somehow I was able not to ignore small things that other people had ignored in the past. Right? And so
they just overlooked it.
They just ignored it, overlooked it. They thought it completely unimportant, right? And I think that if we move forward without the preserving of the past, we may actually miss a lot of opportunities for understanding things that will just sort of pass by, right?
Yeah.
And that's the neat thing about the research and the preservation of the knowledge, right? Preservation of knowledge is, I think, one of the most critical aspects of our heritage.
Yep.
Right? So whatever will be the methods, I think we need to preserve knowledge and the development of knowledge as an important aspect of our world. So.
Thank you.
One more word to this. Because interestingly, a couple days ago, an article came out by, I think, Maxwell Nealon-Cohen from Library and Innovation Lab in Harvard's law school. And he gives this interesting quote there. I don't remember the original author, that in the internet world, the modern world, we burn Alexandria every day. Like, we are losing a lot of knowledge. And this is a challenge, because not only you need to preserve knowledge, but also how to access the knowledge, the software, the hardware, everything around, even like programmers. 3 years ago, I think, one of the lawyers in United States used an Information Act to ask NSA to retrieve one of the early Grasshopper videos on Admiral Hopper's lecture. And it turned out after I think a year and a half, he got a response from a court that they denied his request because there was no one on NSA that could retrieve and convert the tape to the modern standards. And this speaks volumes.
Yeah, so it also, this part of discussion leads us to the question, as you already formulated it, how to preserve things, how to make it useful for the future generations. And it leads us to the statement that, of course, virtual reality may be excellent for some kind of exposure to the recreation of those, for example, ancient or recent artifacts. But the other hand, the repositories is a separate part, so we cannot rely solely on those. I mean, the VR won't be, or there is no chance that it will be just a next step of an archive or something like that, because this is still be untangible, and we have to have some kind of storage or some kind of repository. So it leads us also to this untangible part of contemporary city space or urban space, because with Grzegorz Pochwatko we did a lot of research using actually virtual reality. Actually, Grzegorz is one of the experts in this field for many years. But right now, together with Maciej, we've got interesting, let's say, follow up on those research in real life. So that's we have a kind of a loop or feedback that actually leads us to the real world from these virtual ones.
Yeah, I'm sitting a bit aside of all of you as a beneficent of your work, because to my opinion, it's very important to ask, of course, how to preserve and heritage or art or our digital creations, but also what and why. And I'm a psychologist. My background is psychology, and I will always be probably. So different things are important for me, and I can give you another reasons for why to preserve it. Because, as you said, with Maciek, we are working on a more or less psychological project on well-being. And we know for some time, and we actually dropped
and art. So because we are touching the art,
I'm heading toward it. Some time ago, you mentioned in the previous part this project on space mission or simulated space mission. We noticed that using virtual reality and art, we can actually enhance well-being of isolated people. But also, we know for a long time that nature and also architecture, by this I mean beautiful heritage architecture, beautiful shapes that are human-centered and created with the love of the craftsman, not as something that is actually very popular and directed by the purpose only. All of this is very important to preserve and even enhance our well-being. And one of our latest findings is that this voluntary, of course, but also involuntary contact with such things as good architecture or heritage buildings or art that is located over there inside influences our mood, influences our well-being, and actually is very important for the whole society in this case. And it's a very fortunate fact that you are all dealing with these topics, and they went digital because, of course, contact with physical objects is crucial, I guess, because there are some proofs that show that contact with real objects actually influences us more than copies of them and so on. But we don't have to make plaster casts anymore in order to experience places like the old theaters or ancient churches or actually whatever places inspired us through the centuries. We can use virtual reality to do this, and we are doing this actually with great success, and we are showing this in our studies. Apart from the study you mentioned that we are doing with Maciej, we had also another paper about VR art and influence of VR art on well-being, which dropped an interesting and important fact that you have to deal with. Speaking of this efficiency of your systems, that is that interactivity matters also. So the story that you tell through the virtual environment and making it interactive. It doesn't have to be interactive, in fact. You have to feel, you have to think that is interactive.
All right.
This is enough, actually.
So this is crucial,
Grzegorz.
Grzegorz. This is crucial. Thank you for this, actually, this last word. Maybe you would like to finish your sentence. Or not?
Yeah, it could be my last word.
Yeah, I think because
if I have to be remembered,
because this is actually a good summary for our current endeavors with Wladek and the Volterra Detroit Foundation and the group of researchers, professionals, which actually is growing, constantly growing, thanks to our recent research. And we are going to push it forward, because we would like to see how, for example, those ancient buildings, in particular Volterra use case of our, let's say, Archiverse framework, how it actually performed as a building. I mean, how actually the actors were, what was the scenic movement and things like that, because there were a certain theatrical place that actually took place in this theater. So together with colleagues from other fields of research related to ancient culture, Latin language, and etc., we are in the middle of the process of recreating, together with Victor and other colleagues from our research group, of at least a piece of theatrical piece of the ancient, let's say, theater, just to perceive this kind of immersiveness, regardless the level of confidence, which is still important issue.
But also consider this, that you don't have to have a lot of things happening in those places. Sometimes it's enough, and our studies showed this, that sometimes it's enough if you even involuntarily pass by such a place and feel this, the spirit of the place. You see the shapes that are there. You see the structures. You see the textures that are over there.
The honey. I mean, it's a great word, because we actually struggling with, scarce or let's say a very little evidence on, because it was like a huge building. Yeah, you already examined it in VR as a VR expert, but we actually are not certain about what each and every piece of this building, regardless its foundation and architectural, let's say, foundation that is actually Wladek's research. So I may say that this is a kind of a wrap-up of this spot. I mean, in terms of art, various kinds of art, from architecture through the electronic, let's say, interactive art and urban space, and this leads us to other, let's say, application of artificial intelligence and systems. So thank you again, my dear guests, Professor Grzegorz Pochwatko, Institute of Psychology, Polish Academy of Sciences, Artur Wiklerowicz from, I'm sorry, Social Committee of Polish Demoscene Chronicles, yeah, Professor Władek Fuchs from Detroit Mercy University School of Architecture and Volterra Detroit Foundation, Wiktor Stawski for XR Center, Polish-Japanese Academy of Information Technology, and Maciej Grzeszczuk, the same unit, research unit.
Is there time for a short question that you don't have to answer?
What? We have 12 minutes left.
It's like 10 seconds, because I would like to leave you with a question. You don't have to answer it now, but maybe in the future. Because my question is about the scalability of such stuff like Volterra.
Yeah, we know. It's for another year.
My dream would be to use Volterra in every single counseling cabinet in Poland, for instance, to improve people's mood. And this is the question of scalability, because we have to have accessible way of,
Yeah, so that's why we have to apply for another grant. Yeah, that's great.
Cool.
Thank you so much. Bravo. And I would like to thank you, dear colleagues, and I would like to. So I would like to invite for the stage our dear colleague Rafał Stryjek from, surprisingly, Institute of Psychology, Polish Academy of Sciences. What a strong research unit. Two representatives in one panel, at least different parts. So Maciej Grzeszczuk stays on the stage, and Rafał Masłyk from our XR Center feel invited. And we are also waiting for Alexander Majda from Big Idea Technology. Alexander Majda. Alrighty. And Cezary Bile. However, Cezary is still around here. Alrighty, so just please be seated. And so let's start, because the time is running away. Oh yeah, Alexander is with us. Just join, and there's another chair for Cezary if he would like to be with us. If not, we will invite him at the end of our panel. Alrighty. So the discussion, just join us, dear co-chair, because it's also related to our joint research. So we would like to drop a word on other application of AI, which is related to artificial intelligence and art, which is actually a part of a subject of your research, Rafał. So let me introduce once again the Cezary Bile, as you already know and are familiar with, is co-chair of the conference and head of Laboratory of Interactive Technologies at National Information Processing Institute. Alexander Majda from Big Idea Technology, so one of the, let's say, technical advanced startup from Silesia region, just correct me, from Wrocław. Rafał Masłyk from our XR Center, Rafał Stryjek from Institute of Psychology, Polish Academy of Science. Surprisingly, not with your research is not connected with people, but with mice. Yep, and we will drop a word on mice and people and artificial intelligence. And Maciej Grzeszczuk from our lab, from our XR Center. So start with Rafał. You are in the center, and what is the case of, artists and AI?
Good afternoon. Hello, everybody. Thank you for the invite here. I'm glad that I can join you. My research was because I'm from the computer science department, and I had to have opportunity to work with students from art department and interior architectural design department. And this year, we had the opportunity to take a part in the workshops considered students that we wanted to do two things. First of all, let's try to use new tools for design and creation, and let's see how they work. And the second part is to check how students, how the designers, how the creators work with the tools that, well, let's say, to be honest, in some places there are rumors that they can exchange them. So, of course, this from one perspective is some rumors that it's in some way it's frightened them, but we wanted to see how the skillful people, how the people with skills work actually.
You mean artist designers?
Artist designers, yes. How they
creative.
Yeah, could or can cooperate with AI tools for generative designs, and actually the results gonna be probably published by us next year. But right now the first approach, first stage is quite impressive because we actually, with small thesis, we actually see that the AIs have some problems with, understanding context. So this is probably
from the point of view of your research, the current endeavors in AI are, let's say, cumbersome, or they may not be promising for the time being. Yeah. So you are not, let's say, very content about it. So, Maciek, what do you think about, are there bright sides of this generative AI or not?
Well, I guess that there's a
hot or not, the title of the paper on the conference of Rafał workshop.
There's that common meme right now on the internet that, so AI now will do the arts and we will do the dishes, right? So unfortunately, well, it's not, we're not in that dark and gloomy situation. When you'll be visiting in the center, you'll be visiting the retro computers, right on the right side of it, you'll have a small cage, wooden cage with a mice sticking out of it. And this is something that actually gives us some hope that the AI can be used actually in the application that people don't want to touch. So I'm passing the microphone to Rafał, because we're pressed on time, and he'll briefly introduce you to the area of his work and interest, and how
people
the
and
AI
mice.
can, how AI can help his job, basically.
Thank you for the invitation. Like Wiesław said, I'm a psychologist, but I don't study animals. I study I don't study humans. I study animals.
Specific ones.
Yes, I'm a comparative psychologist. Specific ones. We do field research, and we bait free-ranging wild mice to special chambers, like the one on the stand here at the hall, and we bathe them with Nutella. We record them with motion detection and CCTV cameras, and their reaction to predator scents. And we get hundreds of hours of videos that have to be manually scored by highly skilled researchers, not doing any other work at that time. So it's boring, exhausting. And last year at this conference, we expressed hopes that machine learning could be help in this respect, and it is. And
so the dream come true.
Yes, yes, I'm thrilled, excited, and I can't wait.
So kudos also for our students from our students lab,
exactly.
and Maciej, the supervisor of the thesis. Yeah.
So I am AI fan in this respect.
Yeah, so this leads us also to the point that, all right, we started from art through mices, and then ultimately there is an everyday life, like Grzegorz said, that we are perceiving, real reality. So what about artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, in terms of our everyday life? Maybe Alexander Majda will drop a word on it from Big Idea Technology from Wrocław.
Yes, hello. So we create a technology that you can use a device from Internet of Things or smart homes by using a mobile device to EMG or EEG.
Yeah, well, EMG stands for electromyography. Perfect, a long word. So it's part of our long endeavor with Cezary and other colleagues from our research network, Human Aspects in Science and Technology. It was like, I don't know, over the 5 years ago that we conducted research on voice assistants and all the adults' interaction with this kind of early AI, early stage. I don't know which kind of GPT was those days. I don't know, first or second. It doesn't matter because it was Google Home, and it's focused on research and findings in terms of novel, non-standard, we may say, interfaces in this multimodal, let's say, interaction of people and technology. I mean, Internet of Things, smart environments.
Thanks to collaboration with OP, National Processing Institute, we can now, and we decide to how people will interact with this new kind of technology.
Yeah, so this is actually the crucial finding from our last, let's say, or one of the hottest, latest practical issues, practical exploratory studies. So Cezary, may you drop a word?
I would like to just add that for this type of applications, that when you want to combine the huge amount of data that comes from the psychophysiology, you need to do something with those data, because if you don't analyze it, if you cannot react to them in real time, they're useless. And basically all the methods from AI are very useful for it. And it doesn't, it's not only IoT, but at our lab we also have a very, very strong area of research in regards to analyzing virtual reality data. Yeah, because also you have a lot of information about people, how people move, because all their movement is recorded. This is just needed for the system to be functioning. But we can analyze those data and get many interesting information by employing AI methods to get those data. And this, for example, it's our goal is to be is to be able to get information about, for example, emotional state of people who are using VR, merely by analyzing the data, how they move. We are progressing towards this goal, but we have achievements in other areas, for example, identification of people.
Yeah, so this is important part that we actually make use of the practical part of AI in terms of data, and once again data, so big data. So we also make use in this project on sagacity.
Yes, we use classic machine learning for
machine learning,
data.
For pattern recognition, classifiers. However, we know that artists may benefit from the artificial intelligence. It's not only, that it doesn't work at all.
Well, of course, because the difference between regular John, let's say like this, but between artists is something that they already have skills. I mean, John is impressed when see the generative AI, but artist looks at the work of AI differently. He sees, usually they see mistakes, problems, and so on, but it doesn't mean that it's bad. It means that they are more skilled than the regular user, and
so
that's what
we can still develop our skills as human beings.
Yes, because artists can use it differently. They use it as a tool, as a partner in some way, not as a teacher.
But we don't have to do tedious tasks like spending a lot of working hours of specialists, trained people, professionals, or researchers to do, let's say, mechanical tasks, as we may say. So, are you happy with the work of our students? Predominantly with the supervisor.
I'm extremely happy, and from this stage, I would like to thank you, Grzesiek, and the team of your students for this effect that can be seen on the stand over there in the hall.
So we would like, Maciej, we would like to invite everyone in the coffee break that is about to start in like a minute ago.
Yeah, right now.
because a minute ago and a quarter of an hour, because we have some delay which was unrelated to this event because of technical issues. So we would like to thank the community of researchers, professionals, all the persons involved with the conference, from the organizational part, research part, scientific part, practical part, entrepreneurs, but also the community of our students and PhD students and other people who are the part of this ecosystem. I mean, we may say global ecosystem, because we are right here right now, partners in, let's say, plethora of projects and that are actually running across Poland, Europe, and overseas, as we may perceive with.
Okay, so
just
thank you, Vesław, for all this sharing, all these panels. I have a small announcement regarding our agenda. Now we will have a coffee break, but due to technical problems, we don't want to extend it, so it will be a little shorter. So the next panel will be as it is currently in agenda. Yeah, so we have about 15 minutes right now for coffee break, and one more announcement is it will be in Polish. So if anyone needs translation to English, there will be headphones available at the entrance, and there will be simultaneous translation into English. So if you need English translation, you can have
international
headphones.
Audience online.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so
thank
you
so
much.
See you after the break.
See you after the break. And see you next year.
Yeah, of course.
And come see the mouse.
Oh yeah, come and go. Let's see the mouse.
I think we're ready to start the next point in our agenda, which will be interdisciplinary panel meeting on the challenges on digital medicine, which will be chaired by Dr. Rafał Jóźwiak and Tomasz Jaworski. So, Rafał, the floor is yours.
Dzień dobry Państwu, bardzo serdecznie witam.
Hello and good afternoon. Welcome to our panel. I would like to give a very warm welcome to our guests. Let me introduce our guests.
Pani doktor
Zuzanna Nowak-Wyczyńska, the Agency for Medical Research, Aneta Cieracka, the CEO of One Health Foundation. She is working for the Authority for Data Protection. Paweł Śniatała, professor at the Institute of IT, Wrocław University of Technology. Józef Spinczyk, AR Department, Silesian Institute of Technology, and Dr. Lawrence, Institute of Oncology Research Institute in Warsaw. Hello. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let's start our panel, a panel which is cross-disciplinary because, as you can see, we have representatives of different communities that have accepted our invitation to discuss opportunities and challenges posed by AI in medicine. I'll start with an open question: how to reinforce cooperation to develop innovations in digital medicine. We'll be talking about academic collaboration because we have excellent teams working at universities, we have excellent teams working at research institutes and universities, we have regional digital medicine centers, we have clinical trial support units, and I would like to thank the Medical Research Agency which has created these centers recently. So how can we support this collaboration and develop innovative digital products? So, should we seek for new models of cooperation, or perhaps we should be seeking for new sources of financing which are not widely available? So, Professor Dominik. So, thank you very much for the invitation. I can compare the situation in Poland and the US, which I'm often visiting in regards to digital healthcare. You can clearly see that state universities, and I think we have the same situation in Germany, state universities are like medical universities and institutes of technology. So, for example, if there's anything that can be tested in the operating theater, then neurology department comes together with IT department and AI department. So we have role models to follow. And we should be eliminating barriers and creating opportunities. And what I see as a barrier, these are formal barriers to cooperation, because in Poland, very often you need to sign memorandum on collaboration between two universities and later raise funds. And what opportunities do I see? Younger people should be given an easier opportunity to set up startups at universities, and they should have access to state-of-art devices and equipment, which is now becoming available at Polish universities. So perhaps let's continue with academic community. So thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me. My answer will be simple, because I had the pleasure to sign many MOUs with other universities or other collaboration agreements. But the key to success is, in every institution you should have someone who is willing, who's keen and eager for some reason, I'm not going to discuss motivation now, and has a passion for such collaboration. And I know from experience, if we had two people from these institutions who are committing themselves to cooperation, then management of the university will not stand in the way. But you need to have someone who cares. So motivation-wise can be very down-to-earth or financial, but it's hardly a case in Poland. And I've been benefiting from the enthusiasm of people because they were writing a doctoral thesis, or they wanted to have more publications for PhD or habilitation, and I think this is important. And I don't think it's so bad in academic circles because there are many exciting projects. And when we reach a stage, I'm talking about more serious implementation, then you need to have the money, and it is an issue. But there are many ideas, there are many interesting concepts, even for pilot implementations of different systems, but later when it comes to implementation, it's a costly enterprise and you need to have funding secured. So I hope it sounds optimistic. And what about the medical community? Okay, so on a more general level, it would be great if the healthcare sector would collaborate with the world of academia and the business and the industry and the government, obviously, because the medical side, we have patient needs that need to be catered to, but we have different objectives than academic circles. They are more focused on grants, on ready-to-use solutions, on papers, and we also need business and industry to effectively implement solutions, and we definitely need to have the public sector adequate regulations and funding available. But healthcare employees are very open to innovations, and we are very eager to start cooperation. I think meetings like the meeting we are having today are a great opportunity to launch such cooperation. If I may, I will offer a common ground for you. I'm representing the Medical Research Agency, and for some time we've been working on this problem because we see that collaboration in terms of basic science goes smoothly, and researchers are speaking the same language in most cases. But when we get to a more advanced stage, this is where problems arise. And this year, the agency is announcing calls for translational or translational medicine, and this is the bridge we would like to show. We are giving an opportunity both to conduct basic work and commercialization, and I do hope that commercialization will be done by startups. I'm talking about startups founded at university, classic spin-offs, and we do hope that time we dedicate, and altogether it's 10 years altogether for commercialization. I won't dwell into details, but we'll be commercializing diagnostic devices or other devices that are based on AI. And in this tiny fragment, we are trying to secure funding. Thank you very much.
And you have instilled some optimism let's wait for reactions. Yeah, there should be a reaction, and it should be quite apparent, because what you delivered is a concrete thing on the side of science. We were speaking about barriers, because sometimes there are barriers that you mentioned. Attorney of laws, if you could refer to barriers, and legal barriers and limitations are often quoted here. What's your take on it? Are there any particular barriers in collaboration that may impede it? Ladies and gentlemen, I won't be referring to my experiences, to my feelings, but experiences, if you will. I have advised medical sector at different stages of its work. Professor was quite optimistic in highlighting the fact that passion is very important to whatever we do. In the context of barriers, I'd like to point out to the fact that a strong leadership is needed at institutional and university level, because this leadership produces decision-making capability and courage. Courage, how to reach out for medical data, how to manage it, how to commercialize it, how to bank on it, how to exchange the data. More often than not, we hear the take that there are barriers, but we cannot interpret regulations. We cannot use whatever is already available. Over the recent years, many institutions have drawn a kind of blinder, saying GDPR forbids it. Well, GDPR allows more things than it forbids. So the fears, insufficient knowledge have determined this attitude of non-involvement. It's better not to take a decision, because we might infringe something and bring about some threat. So let's reach out for experts. Let's bring together passion and courage and willingness to change the world for better with the tools that we have. And there is a plethora of tools available in Poland. Me and Dr. Józwik agreed. I tried to bring some blood into this panel. So I'm going to be advocatus diaboli. I'm good at it. Doctor enjoys the function, and it's my temperament to ask questions that may cause controversies. It's nice talking among people who respect each other, who've known each other. But when we look at indices and population indices in oncology, we are somewhere in the back. The colon, a cancer, ovary cancer, we can have a long list. Any of these indices put Poland at the bottom of the list in the European Union. When we look at the scientific data, we'll see patients' path. That requires collaboration, because we start at home. There's a pain, they are ailing, they are coughing. They contact a family doctor on numerous occasions. Let's start with lung cancer, which is the main population killer. They call up doctor, he's sent over because a family doctor has the per capita payment assessed by the payer, and the patient lands with a specialist like NEO, fast and advanced diagnosis with help of specialists, but it is the fourth clinical stage, so it's a terminal state. If it was the third, it is an ongoing, a chronic disease. Sorry to be on the serious note, but this is my role. Why can't we shorten the patient's path in oncology or cardiology? Where is the collaboration missing? Let me start by saying we've got a mental problem in the medical sector. If the patient requests prophylaxis at the daycare clinic and they ask, why do you need that? If you feel okay, well, some behaviors are scandalous, and then we are surprised that the patient lands at the oncology ward in the terminal phase of the disease, where when he cannot be helped, they cannot be helped. They can take care of dignified death. This is the utmost that we can do. There's a number of these instances. The culture of prophylaxis is weak, non-existent. They are not systemically taken care of. And at the same time, we waste great data potential, lots of data in daycare clinics. There is not enough data transfers that scientists could reach out for. I believe that there is lots of problems, mental problems, organizational problems, institutional problems, government level problems. No channels of information, not enough communication. As Professor was saying, Polish scientists do phenomenal projects without knowing that we know that we do such wonderful things. It goes to Zuzanna because you work on collaboration based on data. It's mathematics. It's a precise language. Is there any hope? What's your take on it? We can say that hope dies last. We have diagnosed this problem for a long time. The agency has organized competitions starting 2020, so we can see the barrier, namely insufficient information, and this barrier can kill a project when we don't know how to reach a patient or a patient that can be included into a clinical research, because the system is bad at this level. So there are no representatives who would be able to answer these questions, but you know, when we observe what's been going on for quite some time, we have made every possible effort to prepare and to announce quite a specific competition to create something that was mentioned today: regional digital medicine centers. These are highly specialized units. I don't know whether I should give you an insight to these, but these units are associated with universities and university hospitals and clinical support centers. And the unit's objectives is to harvest the data. Not only do they harvest, but they also process and share the data in a sensible way. And on top of that, they should be a self-triggered body, so they include basic daycare clinics, walk-in centers into these networks, which makes us happy. It's not that popular, but still, daycare centers have already been partially managed. What is also important, these are 19 units in all corners of Poland. And they're harbingers, which show that it is possible to harvest the data. Data harvesting is sensible to use, because these units were supposed to demonstrate what to do with the data next, how to utilize the data. Let's hope, well, despite all odds, that this will speed up the diagnostic process and the diagnosis will be delivered earlier. Early diagnosis and prophylaxis. We've got screening programs for some kind of illnesses like mammography and similar. There is a barrier on MD sites. We need to have 2 radiologists to assess every examination at the basic level. Should there be any lesions, the patient should be referred to in-depth diagnostics, which require biopsy and similar more advanced procedures. It may work with some illnesses, not with all. What is a problem is the fact that not many patients call in clinics, like cervical cancer prophylaxis, when we have 10% turn-in rate. So we've got programs in place with people willing to be examined. Yes, I must agree. We cannot equalize everything, and we cannot blame the authorities, because incentivizing people is also important so that they embrace prophylaxis. You've quoted the data. Data-related thing is data availability. So what is your experience here? If we discuss it with scientists, what Tomek provoked, we focus on other things because we've got problems transferring data from walk-in clinics, or the scientific research units focused on the data that was the easiest to reach. As there is no flow of the data, we focus on the data that we get easily whenever available, owing to our relations, without focusing on selected data. So regional centers will be data creators, but not only the data that respond to specific problems. The data that pertain to problems that should be dealt with immediately. How about your experiences? Do you hope to access the data easily? And one more question. The data exchange so that we create bigger data pools. This is not AI model that is a challenge, because there are myriads of AI models, but the quality of the solution and its clinical value depends on the possibility of aggregating the data to have representative data pool for clinical value. What is your experience, expectations, and needs? I've grabbed the microphone. I've got some experience when it comes to a specific data pool set. Fibrillation of lungs required computed tomography data. We wanted to teach AI models. It's a big problem to get data from specific hospitals. There are databases on the internet that can be used for learning, but specific patients' data, well, we need to have a benevolent person who will find the data, clean up the data, purify the data, provide for data quality. There is OPI that should be praised. This is what I have prepared. You are preparing the X-ray standards. The data would be purer. So data is one problem. And the other problem, another question that we have dealt with, this is dentistry. X-rays of teeth and in-mouth camera images. GDPR is an impediment here, because you can identify somebody by the image of their teeth. So, I'm speaking about a clinic for children and youth. We had to have a parent concerned. So I discussed with lawyers. Checkbox. Will you agree for my data, my child's data, to be used for medical purposes, research purposes? Yes. Second of all, do you want this data to be used for commercial ones? People were kind of in opposition, because somebody is going to make a lot of business, or I create a startup. What came as a surprise, well, it was a realization. The third point, I'm a data harvester, and I need to have the stock taking of the data, because they can retrieve that consent anytime. And if I have a startup that is a prosperous one, some people may believe that I banked on that data. I have to retrieve the data, and I have to pay for a lawyer who would have to work out the problems. So there is a problem with data harvesting, but this is doable. As you mentioned, she's going to straighten up the reality.
And I want to stress that you should have your own lawyer and invest in your lawyer. Okay, just a minute ago I've met Professor, but if you have consent that may be withdrawn, that's wrong approach to consent form, because all health declarations cannot be withdrawn. There is the justified interest, so you can't withdraw the consent. And if you are saving on legal support, you know that these are after effects you get later. But I do understand that the professor argues that patients are reluctant to have their medical data used in commercialization, and I do understand it, because if I'm support development of science as patients and share data, which are in a commodity, so what are the benefits offered by the system to me? So it should be a win-win situation. So patients should not be only donors and contributors to the system and have nothing to take away from it. So let's think what can be offered, what benefits can be provided to the patients to incentivize them, because right now we have little to offer, and I do understand patients. It's not a pro bono activity, is it? Okay, a benefit for the patient could be perhaps we will be able to invent better drugs, better diagnostic methods, better treatment protocols for patients. And many patients argue, I would like to have better drugs, I would like to have better therapy in the future, but in spite of it, the sense of privacy misunderstood, or perhaps the sense, oh, someone is going to make fortune using my medical data. I think we need more education, because we all realize that whenever we are providing and disclosing our medical data, this will benefit all of us. Medicine will become not even more effective, but friendlier to everyone. Yes, I don't want to be perceived as someone who is very materialistic, who reduces everything to financial benefits. There is no education. What is missing is education, education of medical professionals and academics who need to learn how to talk to patients, to persuade them, to support development of science, different scientific programs, and inform about benefits. But very often, medical professionals are not familiar with data management methods, so how they are meant to persuade patients. So there is a lot to be done in terms of education of all institutions, and I would like to make a note to Medical Research Agency, which is undertaking multiple initiatives. It's using experts, but looking at Poland, it's just a drop in the ocean of needs. Okay, so we've heard two very important things that can be joined together. Sometimes we overinterpret GDPR, and recently it's been a buzzword everyone has been using, EHDS. So perhaps this is the time where we should get it right from the start, because these EHDS regulations will be implemented soon, and they should not become another hurdle. So perhaps everything should begin top-down. Let's begin with institutions to get European health data space right. And we will have to educate ourselves, because we will be consenting to disclosure of medical data, so we need to improve the knowledge and the awareness of the other wide public, because individual citizens will need to realize that their data may contribute to overall development in medicine. I hope that the pan-European EHDS reform will eliminate situations we've heard about today. For example, if you meet a friendly soul in a hospital, you will get data from a hospital. No, it's unacceptable. There are processes, there are cases when you are entitled to have access to medical data. You should not count on someone's favor or on someone's helping hand, because some hospitals right now may provide data and some may refuse to do that. So EHDS reform will add more structure to Poland, because right now we are stuck in chaos. We either have access to data or not, depending on someone's whim. And EHDS adds transparency to data management. So institutions and hospitals have a lot to do. Together with the medical community, we need to familiarize our community with HDS, with benefits it's offering, and make the most of it. Okay, so there is bloodshed, finally, so let me take a bucket of ice-cold water mixed with science, because OPI, the National Information Processing Institute, has analyzed reports that have been published, because many people seriously believe that data may be monetized, that data is like fuel, or perhaps we should banknotize it instead of monetizing it, because banknotes are worth more. And we know that everyone wants to take a position right now, because they expect that a whole new segment of the market is being now created. And let me shed some light on how it looks like in real life. As a person who knows something about AI, I was offered by a company which is servicing and doing maintenance of mammographs. They have service codes for mammographs, and they can harvest data and provide this data to me on a pen drive or on a disk. And they asked me if I'm familiar with AI, because we could monetize this data. So let me rain on your parade. We know how to do it. We know that data are valuable, but in spite of many beneficial initiatives, in spite of trainings conducted by the Medical Research Agency, and despite lawyers who are trying to help us, there is no visible effect. So a question to our guests: do you have the key, the magic key to success? I think big pharma is going to be faster in each and every case in monetizing. So it's hard to say. I just wanted to that EHDS regulates access to data for commercialization. If we want it or not, data will be available for everyone. Of course, within specified scope and extent, what will be determined by Polish regulations. So what else can I say? opt out, opting out your consent, it's not ultimately clear. Perhaps EHDS will make it clear. You need to keep in mind that just like in clinical trials, each patient has the right to withdraw from the trial, and you need to keep an eye on things like this. For example, if you have a patient, okay, so if I remember correctly, a patient under 14 who consents to disclosure of his or her data to parents later, this document has to be signed by parents of the patient and the patient, him or herself, when he or she turns 18. So that means that you need to get 3 consents from the same patient over his lifetime. And I don't think we are going to simplify the process. And like I've said, I don't know how it's going to be regulated ultimately by EHDS, but right now when you give your consent, the right to opt out is universal one. We love red tape in Poland. The more seals and signatures we have in Poland, the better we feel. But let's follow the example of the UK. There is the right to forget in medicine. You have the right to be forgotten. This is not a solution that has been used in the Polish legal framework. There is no right to be forgotten on the level of national legislation. And on the other hand, we think the more consents, the better. Well, you can opt out from clinical trials, but it's a different thing than one-off consent to have your data used for scientific purposes. Your data are anonymous and later you are forgotten. So we need to adopt a common sense-based approach, because otherwise we are not going to get a competitive edge from EHDS. For example, I have not seen a consent without opt-out option in case of genomic data. It's very difficult to get a consent, so there is some duality. And it seems to me, I do agree that we need common sense, but legal standards are not going to fix all problems. What is missing is more mature culture or more mature approach to data in Poland. Perhaps synergistic leadership could be an option, because legal regulations are seen by the wide public as a defense strategy. So it's something to defend yourself. So I think change is in culture. We have shareholders, patients, doctors, state institutions, and data. So synergy-based strategy that it benefits everyone. We should be demonstrating that because we are harvesting data, because statistics in healthcare are better, are improved, this situation is beneficial for everyone. And I think only a state institution can show it, can publicize it to the wide public. For example, I'm dealing with AI, but with a more technical side. And we know that if you have multiple centers, you should be combining harvesting data. So we have NVD or integrated learning frameworks, and it's doable because you have anonymized data that do not need to be disclosed to external players. So hospitals are able to retain the right to data. And the biggest barrier, in my opinion, is culture. Well, I like the word culture and data culture. This is something we've been discussing at length for a long time, and I think it's a great slogan we should be using, and I do believe it's the key. But I would even go further. I think that data culture should also stand for the culture of implementing innovations? Are we ready to embrace innovations? Do we have the right competencies to ethically and safely implement innovations, have them developed? Perhaps this culture should also encompass all those things. Are we able to validate digital technologies in clinical conditions? I would even go further. Do patients have the knowledge? Because informed consent is about having the knowledge that I can benefit from digital medicine solutions, which are growing fast. But are we effective at communicating it to patients? Let's give the voice to a radiology expert.
Let's start first thing first. It's all about digitization, but let's not forget that vast majority of hospitals are based on papers and hard copies. So we need to face digitization first, and what follows is the possibility to speak about AI. Poland has done a quantum leap when it comes to digitization, e-prescription, e-sick leave, e-patient's account, so there is much to brag about. But when it comes to in-hospital practice, well, there are different systems in hospitals, and this is the most important, because everything is ICT-based now, and we've got a problem owing to different suppliers of software with different functionalities. These are commercial products, pretty expensive. And my wish is to follow this e-prescription or e-sick leave trend, to create e-HIS system for a hospital, to make it universal and available free of charge for everybody. Because if you want to do something in a system, you need to bear huge expenses and pay a lot of money, including ICT companies. First and foremost, we should get rid of paper through digitization, and digitization is not possible without good ICT systems. And another problem on top of that, we are short of ICT professionals at hospitals. So local competence problem is what we return to. Yeah, it's the very weak link. If you want to change anything, it takes months, because you fight with the system, with the administration in a given hospital. This is a very much down-to-earth problem. It saddens me to hear what the doctor is saying. At the hospital level, a doctor sees so many barriers. There is no lawyer or ICT person or any other personnel. So how to do it in hospital and outside hospital, even if the ideas and objectives are wonderful. So it goes to hospital directors, because they forget about this administrative system when it comes to experts. Doctors are not provided with legal safety and security. Yeah, and one more thing to add. We are speaking about exchange between centers. In practice, there is a problem exchanging data between specific units inside a hospital, because they've got their own proprietary systems in specific units, and you cannot download examination results from some other part of the hospital, because they work in an island mode that are pretty separate and independent inside a hospital. So there is no data exchange inside a particular hospital, not to mention hospital-to-hospital data exchange. Let me start with anecdote. I have to do it. My husband had his ribs broken. We learned sometime later. He had a scan, and we waited long and E&I to learn what happened. When we asked why does it take so long, it was not half an hour, it was 4 hours. Quite short for Polish ANI. After an X-ray, after a scan, to be precise. And we learned that somebody is running to carry the CDs they have collected for 2 hours. They go to a radiologist for assessment. And this is a shuttle 2-hour system of data transfer on CDs. You cannot hack the system. Yet the radiologist has got 2 hours to assess them, and they swap, sending a human messenger. So we were out of this 2-hour window. On a more serious note, you touched upon a very important thing. Imagine 19 digital medical centers started with what? There are 5 HISs, 5 different in-hospital information systems. They have to plug into to download the data, and they are supposed to collaborate. So the data is to be exchanged for collaboration. There are about 200 eCRF, clinical research documentation formats. Forget millions of images, because we count millions. And we, well, because I feel very personal about this, centers are trying to harness everything, the reality, so that we can have one standard of recording, and on top of that, it can be transferred somewhere at the local level and higher level. I can also say that there is a big digitization program for paper data supported with the European funds, and the data will be standardized. We speak about National Recovery Plan. We're not in a standstill, but there's a long way ahead. No standards in technical and organizational domain, not enough culture when it comes to ethics of the data. You cannot overcome it in a week or month or even a year. They require, what is required is a good strategy for the years to come. And hard work. Regional centers keep developing. They try to find the idea what to do with this. Well, we have created the system our own. This is the digitization path. We are in different RESs and systems that didn't have common API. So these are the problems of ours. So hard work of people is important to untangle the problems. We want to confront the vision related to director and scientists' expectations. What is the role? The preparation of high-quality data is certain. Should they be creators of solutions or creators of ethics or synergy with scientists? So we have RCMC milieux that creates ethics of data and in-clinic validation. Well, I'll try to be tough in responding to this. First and foremost, these are scientific units. That was the original idea. Skipping the standards question, data harvesting and transfer. These are technical questions that the centers are struggling with at the moment. But we have clearly scientific intentions. When you write an application for a competition, every consortium or every unit had to declare what they are going to do with the data and how they are going to use the data. In most cases, these are very nice diagnostic algorithms and epidemiology algorithms. There is a great diversification. And I would like to say one more thing. We've got RCMC with the universities of technologies in consortia. It's not frequent because I believe that technical universities' contribution should be much higher, but still it's happening. Therefore, these will be units that will mature over the 4-year period. And these are not products that have been outlined. They have the chance to mature and develop. I'll be tough, so I want to respond to what you said. I'm very happy to have you, Director, here. We haven't created a consortia with scientific units in all cases, be it a university of technology, Research and Development Institute, especially in big data domain and data analysis. Is there room for maneuver in the future so that further development is steered this way so that they create consortia? Medical centers, it will go to other people, will have these expectations. They'd like to see the space, grants, financial resources. We need to start with something, briefly, and pass on the microphone. We are a university of technology. We are in a consortium with the University of Medicine in Silesia. My people team are a part of it.
Wydaje mi się właśnie, że ze względu na tą dojrzałość tej kultury, o której wspominaliśmy,
nice things are being created.
Ważne jest też, żeby
what we need to remember about the culture. Well, it's good that we focus on specific problems.
Tej kultury, czyli wydaje mi się, że żeby
But culture creation is also important. We shouldn't overestimate short-term outcomes. We need to focus on more than single research, collaboration in many centers. So we should have a long-term strategy for the centers to develop not only solutions that are quite concrete, and first and foremost, they should become a driving force for the cultural change, to create national infrastructure. Only then will we be able to apply in response to specific problems. There are 5-year projects. It's long on the one hand, but in medicine, 5 years, it's not a long time. You cannot tackle every problem. You cannot commercialize in this time slot. And as you noticed, Madam Director, when you start working, you know what problems there are on the horizons that you have to face. When we start actual work, we know what we are actually facing. 5-year period has been earmarked to create a structure, to standardize it. We are not expecting, well, we hope to see a long-term activities in a long-term perspective, but our perspective is quite real when it comes to a 5-year period outcome. So I want to say, if you want to have a University of Technology as a partner, we are ready to help you. These centers will serve open data too without any problems. Yeah, it's good, thank you. And now, being an ICT specialist, I'd like to be held responsible. X-ray analysis. This is one of the best areas for AI to deliver good results. But we need to work, well, explainable AI is what we should work on. So we should know, doctors should know, whether it's been statistics or any other basis for this reasoning of AI. Any image we process must be rechecked by a doctor, And another interesting thing, I've been a part of many projects. We use smart watch or smart band measurements, all wearables, but none of these is certified. Apple has been fighting to be certified. They lost, no, not for the time being. Well, it's important in initial analysis, initial diagnostics for this patient, but still, it's going to take some time. Excuse me, if I may, if we are speaking about illnesses, I have an illness that I'd like to describe, and it pertains to what Professor said, and it's related to the title of conference, Interaction Between Humans and Technology. Cesary Bielek is front row seater. I broke my backbone on the 5th of October last year, and I was a good and bad radiologist. The mic will go to Professor. But radiologist, I had a CT, 2 parts, there was a wrong description. I had ribs broken. My doctors say that radiologists are into telesmoking roads in an island drinking wine. I'm just telling you the stories, and this was the one, because I was released from the hospital the following day. And there was a good radiologist. There was MRI scan that I was referred to. I had Jevet corset to stiffen my body to avoid neurological outcomes. It's a serious question. What's the role of humans, of doctors? As you were saying, humans are equipped with technology, but still I want the doctor to make an informed decision about my health in a way that they know how AI works, how it's a suggested recommendation.
Well, it must have been AI, not a real-life radiologist. So there are many AI systems available in our community, and perhaps the center has a role to play to get a certificate to confirm that this is software which is safe to use, so we can have a clue, ask the medical community, that it's been verified by someone and we can safely use it in our day-to-day work. So AI-driven support system, it's a question of who's going to be liable for possible mistakes. For the time being, it's the radiologist who is making the ultimate decision at the end of the day, and I can't imagine that the provider of the system is going to take on the liability or pay damages or indemnities. Talking about radiologists who are working remotely, this is a very popular solution, especially when you are on duty, because it's a much more economic option. Such company who is reading X-rays is able to support a number of hospitals. But this is where problems arise, because this radiological company has its own system which is not compatible with the system used by the hospitals. Sometimes it's a long shot, because medical professionals who work for such an external supplier have no access to medical tests which were run before the X-ray. I mean, the X-ray is the only piece of information available, so we are struggling with the flow of information. But it's good that your story ends with a happy end, because there are good radiologists. No, we also know that there are different methods. If it was MRI, it's much easier to detect a fracture than on a CT scan. Okay, so our time is running out very slowly, but because we have a margin, Do we have any questions from the floor, questions to our experts, or perhaps you would like to add something or comments on something? We do have a question. Hello, Zbigniew Biziński of the National Information Processing Institute. So my question is about the medical community. Okay, so if I understood you correctly, were you asking about valuation of medical services? Okay, you're talking about limits of medical examinations. Okay, so I can say that I'm cooperating with different medical professionals from different hospitals in Poland and abroad, and a hospital which has to earn money to stay on the market. For example, if, the patient has several diseases, the hospital will choose the one which is most profitable and best paid procedures. There are shorter lines as well, because hospitals will be keener to pursue such line of work, and if a procedure is not very profitable, the queue will be longer. And how to fight it? I think the answer is more challenging. Well, you have to ask the Polish National Health Fund why rates paid to hospitals have not been validated for a decade, why we are not using robotics or AI in medicine in Poland. Why don't we see that it's profitable? For example, robots in medicine are incredibly beneficial. They offer savings, they offer benefits, and we are not using them. Tomek and I used to discuss the problem with the Polish National Health Fund, which is paying a flat rate for any procedure. Regardless of quality, regardless of technical complexity, the flat rate is always the same, and there is no quality assurance in a wide sense. If we had more time, the head of radiology could tell us in detail how quality assurance should look like in radiology, and at the end of the day, there is a shortage of funds, and some needs could be better addressed. It's a very complex topic. I don't think we have time. No, we don't. Okay, so one quick question, and I'm going to give you my microphone. Andrzej Harymski. Two issues. From what I've learned about EHDS, opt-out is contemplated very seriously. It would not be ethical, because we, as the wide public, we believe that our data are invaluable and they should serve everyone. And second issue, there is very little social awareness, so I would follow into the footsteps of Jerzy Owsiak or copy the Pink Ribbon campaign, the breast awareness campaign. We need to come together and do a high-profile campaign. We could use ATL, BTL, social media. It's not going to be a costly enterprise. We just need to understand that it's essential. In paragraph 12 of the Code of Ethics of the medical community, and I don't know if you realize this has been a very heated discussion But in Article 12, there was a provision that a medical professional needs and must inform the patient of using AI in his or her practice. Luckily, it has been modified after interventions of all stakeholders who understand the relevance of technological progress we are now experiencing. And there are some provisions that are blocking progress, but a nationwide campaign promoting the awareness of relevance of data, and I'm a great fan of medical data. Please note how important, how relevant is our conference. We are highlighting some issues, and we are also pinpointing at the role of man, the role of ethics in a world where this technological boost is expanding our opportunities. We can do something that is good, and we can also commit a mistake. I would like to thank our experts for wonderful discussion and their contribution, and I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Okay, so we are ready for the next point in our agenda. Thank you very much. Be online again?
Nope. The clock is stuck.
Yes. Ale nie, jesteśmy w dobrym, prawie że w dobrym. 15 minut opóźnienia mamy. To już zostało, tak. No właśnie, tylko czy już można? Tak? Okay, I have information that we are back on. Systems functioning again. So we can move to best paper award, and as we mentioned earlier, there are two categories. One is digital interaction, the other one machine intelligence, like our conference. And we start with digital intelligence, and award in this category is funded by Polish-Japanese Academy of Information Technology. Digital interaction, of course.
Yes.
Wiesław?
Thank you, Cesare. I would like to stress out that today is our lucky day because it was like, I don't know, 2 hours ago that has arrived the paper copy of the last year conference. So yes, it's physical, it's viable, and it's not only in PDF. Nevertheless, we enjoy the digital format, and the conference is all about the digital world, digital science, preservation, data gathering and processing and the like. So that way or another, the physical artifact is something which is worth the award. So, speaking of, so we are waiting for next year. I mean, this year, but in next year there will be a publication in Springer Verlag, as always. So, we are moving towards the Best Paper Award for 2024 MIDI Conference Series. Best Paper Award in track Digital Interaction. And the award
goes
to...
Can we have the slide?
Just to announce the whole word. Yeah, the award of best paper goes to Kiran Aslam and Rana Hamad Raza for the article A Review of Recent Advancement in Immersive Telepresence. So as you may see, the recent advancement of immersive systems, artificial intelligence and the like are really important to our community. So the authors, the co-authors are awarded a special prize of €500. And
do we have authors here connected online?
Perhaps we can connect with them.
Yes. In the meantime, I'd like to add that this special award was funded by Professor Jerzy Paweł Nowacki to commemorate Professor Krzysztof Marasek, the original founder of the MIDI conference. I see that our technical team is checking if our co-authors, unfortunately, they are not connected. So
we may go.
Yeah,
we
can congratulate them remotely. Maybe they will see the stream later. And applause, of course.
Yeah, for the best paper award.
Good. So we can move to the next to the best paper award in machine intelligence track, and this award goes to, and we also wait for the slide, to Anna Szczegielniak, Michał Wierzbicki, Michał Tomaszewski, and Jan Szczegielniak, authors of the article Towards Providing the Rehabilitation of Post-COVID-19 Patients Based on the Analysis of Depressive and Anxiety Symptoms Using Machine Learning Methods. Are the authors present here? Can you?
Yes.
Great. So we invite you here to the stage. Yes, we have a physical diploma.
Certificate.
Yes. Great. Congratulations.
Without a photo.
Congratulations. Yes, we need definitely. So this is the diploma. We can have a photo, and I'm really glad that. Yes, applause. I'm really glad that the paper awarded this year is also in the area of the cross-section of medicine, AI, and
another
so
transdisciplinary piece of research.
Yes, of course, because as we see many topics in this year conference on the discussion panels, they were connected with medicine. So I think it's very important. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And congratulations. And from our technical team, we know that we have the connection with...
okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Dr. Raza. Can you hear us?
Hi, everyone. I think I'm not able to hear all of you, but I hope I'm audible at the conference side. Dr. Cesari, you guys are not audible to me right now.
Yes.
Kiran, can you hear from the conference side?
Yes, yes.
Yes, we confirm.
Can now that you are connected and you can hear us, we can again congratulate you and the co-author.
I'll just go through that. Thank you for this honor, and we are truly grateful for our work. Me and my co-author, which is Ms. Kiran Aslam, for recognizing our work as the best paper in this digital interaction track at the 12th MIDI conference. For the research community, there are exciting opportunities to make these technologies more realistic, accessible, and scalable. With advancements in EA, like the generative AI, 5G, and the virtual reality, will see more immersive and seamless experiences, whether at work or in our personal lives. So with the boom of generative AI and the tools such as the text to video and the real-time AI content, what I believe as a researcher, that this is going to generate more interactions which are more dynamic and creative. So, and of course, if we can make telepresence systems as comfortable as sitting in a couch with a cup of coffee, that will be truly the future which we will be looking at. But who knows, maybe one day we'll solve it all and have telepresence so smooth, even the virtual coffee will be tasting real. So again, since I'm not able to hear to the voice of the conference organizers from that side, so I would like to thank the conference organizers, the National Information Processing Institute, the Polish-Japanese Academy of Information Technology, for funding together the Professor Krzysztof Marasek Best Paper Award. This surely recognizes and motivates us to push forward in exploring new frontiers in immersive domain and digital interaction. So thank you so much, guys. Happy holidays to everyone. Stay cozy and warm, both inside and out. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We are really glad. We are glad that as we see, you seem to open the venture in the new area of research, because we earlier knew you strictly from the machine intelligence area, and now there is this paper which is in the digital interaction, which also shows that our conference is working properly, because we want to merge these two words, and with this work from Dr. Raza and his team, we see that it's really working. So thank you very much, and hope we will see next year.
Also, I just got just able to hear you guys. So, if you have any questions for me, I was just like going blind on my side from the ear, so I was just. I just expressed my words. I hope I was audible there.
I think that we can arrange maybe some meeting to exchange perspective with our group that works in the VR, and maybe we'll be able to collaborate in future. So this is a good idea. So thank you again. Congratulations, and hope we will meet soon before the next MIDI conference to discuss opportunities for cooperation.
Definitely.
Thank you. So now we are
inevitably moving towards the
last but not least
celebration of the closing ceremony. But
before that, yes, we have Marek Kozłowski who will be talking about the Polish LLMs and the importance of having large language models in local languages on the.
Welcome, everyone.
Yeah,
I know you are tired.
Floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. I know you are tired, and I hope that you're after delightful talks and panel discussions. My presentation seems to be short, but usually it seems to be always short. But it's only 10 to 11 slides. But I think this is a very good inspiration for the next conferences. and about some sketches of the future. Okay. What about my laboratory? AI Lab is a part of the National Information Processing Institute. It's about 10 researchers. Our areas of interest there are the Polish natural language processing and industrial computer visions. We are mostly focused on the applicability and about deployments in industry and public sector. Our projects in progress, we are the partner in the Plum Consortium, is the grant of Ministry of Digital Affairs. We are the long-term partner of the Office of Consumer and Concurrency Protection. We also deliver our systems to the Viva Textile Recycling, is the biggest recycling company in the European Union. We accomplish also some grants with the University of Technology in Gdańsk, also with the Office of Concurrency and Protection and Concurrency Protection, Competition Concurrency Protection, Consumers and Concurrency Protection. And in our new projects, in December, we are starting new projects. One is for the biggest bank in the Central European Union, PKO BP. We will deliver the domain-adapted large language models for the biggest bank in the Central Europe. And also, we are the partner in the European grant, Digital European Union grant, LLMs for EU. It's 27 countries and only 3 partners from each country, 3 partners from Poland, and we are one of them. Okay, of course, we also took part in different types of competitions. We won the GovTech competitions in the previous years. The social media text competition is the worldwide competition, and some local and semi-local competitions. We have many of these awards, but never we can go further. And what about the large language models? What is the natural language model? Generally, natural language model is the black box that predicts the probability over the sequence of words. Yeah, the input is the sequence of words, and we try to estimate the probability, how likely is that this sequence appear in the text. This is the basics definition of the language model. And what is the neural language model? It means the language model based on neural network. This is typically is a probability classifier that predicts probability for each word. How likely is that after the given context, such kind of word appears. It means it computes the probability over all vocabulary, and we choose the most likely word at the next after the given context, under the given context. And this is used using the deep neural networks. It means the very, very big neural networks with the many layers and different operators in the inside. And what are those famous large language models? Large language models, there are neural language models that have enough parameters to set that is large. And 5 years ago, it was the 1 billion parameters. It was enough to talk about large language models. Currently, threshold is about 10 billion parameters. That we talk that below 10 billion parameters, it's a small language model. Above 10 billion parameters is large language model. Okay, and prior to the deep learning, the models were really generic. It means when we have some problems, data mining problem, machine learning problem, text mining problem, usually we build models from the scratch. It means we have a data from our customer, the data describing some problem, some subtask, and we model this domain or this subtask using this data, using a model. For example, gradient boosting machines, decision trees, super vector machines, and many, many others. Since 2017, the Transformers revolution in NLP has accelerated. Yeah, well, what is the most important? After the Transformer emerged, and they were the most popular architecture, and still till now is the most popular architecture in deep learning NLP models. And since this revolution starts, we have the pre-trained models and models fine-tuned. The pre-trained models are the models generic, that they model the general knowledge about the language. And after all, we fine-tune those models, we customize these models to the downstream tasks. And what is crucial for the pre-training, for the first step of building transformers? A huge amount of unlabeled data, clusters of GPUs, a long time usually of pre-training. Now this time is shortened, but it's still the weeks, not the days. Between 2021 to 2022, we published in OPI the numerous transformer-based NLM and natural language models, Roberta, BART, GPT-2, and many others, from small to large one. I think we are one of the first organizations in Poland that released the Polish language models. And in 2022, we published some transformers, paraphrase models, long formers, and in 2023-2024, we published the first foundation large language models and our new neural text encoders models that for many months were the best in Poland in the massive text embedding benchmark. And what is the broad landscape? Now when we talk about the transformer models and about we only think about ChatGPT. ChatGPT is only the one of the representations of this huge landscape. The neural language models are usually divided in two categories: representation models, suitable for classification and regression tasks, and the generative models. And ChatGPT is the example of generative models, but there are many others, like the Llama, Mistral, T5, BART. GPT is only one of these animals in this zoo. Okay, this is the summarization of our experience, last year's experience. We are the partner of Plume. We won the leaderboard Clay by Allegro. We have our own benchmarks and many others. And what is now the most important? Why we should build the national LLMs? Because before I describe you the landscape, I show you the most popular models like GPT, Llama, Mistral. Why we should focus on building our national large language models? I only show you the few arguments, but I think the most important one. The first one is about the cultural and historic heritage. I know if you try to use the Quen models, the China large language models, Chinese large language models, or even the Llama models, Llama 3.3 or the 3.1, they usually sometimes they have problems in writing in a grammatically correctly sentences, but they have also the very huge lack of the historical knowledge about Poland. Yeah, if you ask him about, for example, what means the word badylarz, on many other words that they have the cultural or historical heritage, they have lack of this knowledge. Why they have lack in this knowledge? Well, they know Polish language. They are able to construct sentences, paragraphs, almost grammatically fully correct, but they have lacks in the cultural and history heritage knowledge. Why? Because first of all, the most popular LLMs are trained on huge corporas, but 94–95% of these corporas are in English. Only 5% are in the different languages, and the Polish data are only the per mils of these huge corporas. It's enough to learn the structure of the language that create the syntactically, grammatically properly text, but it's not enough to gain the knowledge about the culture and history of the country. Competences, yeah? Usually, the LLM domain is a mostly empirical area. There are many papers, even on the most popular conferences, NeuroIPS, ACML, and many others, that shows that they have some outputs, but they are not able to fundamentally prove that this is a good assumption or good solution. They make some tips, some hints. They change some functions. For example, I know that the paper was about I was shown it was about the Swiglu, the activation function that joined the gated approach with the Swiss function, and there was the huge evidence that it works. It's better than the previous activation functions, but the authors admit that they don't know why and how it works. And as I mentioned, it's mostly now is empirical area. The pillars to be a player in this area is the data. You have the huge amounts of data. We now in a Plume we have 200 billion tokens, and it's not too much. It's enough to perform the language adaptation, but it's not enough to build the model from the scratch. To build the model from the scratch, you need trillions of tokens. GPUs, you need to have clusters of GPUs. Now we use about 200 GPUs in Wrocław and 100 in Kraków, and it's enough to build models about 70 billion parameters, but it's a minimal threshold. If you don't have such a number of GPUs, it's hard to be a competitor in this area. and the human factor experts' knowledge. They have to, the engineers, the researcher, they have to spend a few years in this domain to gain this niche knowledge. They need to have a data, GPUs, and also the time to build these competencies. And why these competencies are so crucial? Because the mostly known LLMs, they don't release data sets. They release models, but they don't show us the pre-trained data, instruction data, or preferences that they use to build those models, because the data are the gold of current times. And the last argument is dilemma to be consumer or be a creator. We can very easily consume the existing software as a service LLMs because it's only APIs. We can plug in, plug out, and we can use them as a consumer. It's not so easy to build your own model. However, it can be very crucial in a long-term perspective. Most companies and public services don't need to apply general-purpose LLMs. Most companies, most public services, they don't need ChatGPT, because they have few use cases to be addressed. They don't need the general purpose model. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 use cases. They are typical business use cases or the public services use cases that they should be resolved. And such kind of narrow area of subtask or the objectives, they can be addressed by the small LLMs. We can supervise, fine-tune a small LLM that can be a good competitor for the GPT-4, of course, in the area of this task, not in the general purpose area. And it's enough to apply and deploy in the industry or in the public services. And always the same, the last argument, supervised fine-tuning is always better than few-shot learning. National LLMs, the short-term risks. There are only the few print screens of the popular information, media information. ChatGPT banned in Italy over privacy concerns. It was in 2020, it was the information from 2023, but half year later, all once again was banned. It means some regulators can limit the access to the such kind of, at this point, the general purpose and the most popular LLMs. Meta rolls out multimodal Llama 3.2, but not in Europe. Because of the AI Act, Llama decided that this kind of model cannot be accessed in the European Union. OpenAI cuts off access to users in China, Hong Kong, and Macau. It was the summer 2024. And the East Mistral going closed source because the shares of the Mistrals were acquired by the Microsoft, and they changed licenses, and they are quarter after quarter going to be more closed and more closed than it was in the manifest of the Mistral AI, because in the manifesto of the Mistral AI it was written that it will be all models will be published and open, but it's not true currently. We are living in the times that 100 years ago, the changes we observe now last 5 years. Now it lasts quarters or half year. Of course, the landscapes and the timeline, they are accelerate. And we have to be prepared for the new times, new risks, and new changes. We are living in the times of huge changes. And OpenAI, the cost of playing at scale. Imagine that you would like to deploy the OpenAI ChatGPT at scale. We have such kind of objective. I would like to build the assistant for citizens. Ask him about the legal issues typical for Poland, some country-level services and regulations. Yeah, I would like to build the ChatGPT, but customized to our legal regulation area, and I would like to serve it for whole people. It means, imagine that the scale, 10 million users per day, each asking only one query per day. 10 million users and only one query per day. Solution, such kind of domain-oriented, customized assistants, they are built using the RAG approach. RAG approach is a retrieval augmented generation. It means we create the retrievers, they search our knowledge base, they retrieve some most important documents or snippets of documents, and such a context is given to the strong LLM, and the strong LLM having a question and this context is generate answer. Yeah, because we would like to limit the hallucination. Limiting hallucination is based on using our knowledge base. Yeah, we search through our knowledge base, we retrieve some crucial documents some crucial snippets, and only those information are given to the LLM, which play a role as a generator, and this LLM, using the query and the context, generate answer. It's a typical approach. Half of the currently funded startups are based on the retrieval augmented generation approach. Assumption. We use OpenAI GPT-4 only as a generator. It means one user's query consumes only one OpenAI API call. One generator query. Prompt. Usually, because we have to in the prompt inject the query and the context, it usually costs us 6,000 tokens as an input. Why? I know, because you think about that is a huge context. It's not so a huge context because the currently used models have they can work with the 108 and 128,000 tokens. But usually, when you create such a kind of solutions, in a context you concatenate few documents to give a model more choices to use, more data to use in order to generate the proper answer. And in this case, for example, I have 5 documents. I concatenate these documents. I create the context, and the context is also we add to the context the query, and such a prompt. It usually is around 16 kilo tokens. Completion is an answer. For example, it can be 1 kilo tokens. And what is the daily cost? I am using the GPT-4 EO. $5 for 1 million input tokens and $15 for 1 million output tokens. Daily cost is about $1 million. $1 million we pay to the OpenAI to build such a solution. Only for using the OpenAI as a generator. It means only the one of the modules of the RAG approach. Okay, this last slide. Thank you very much. This is information about our AI lab, our models, where can be downloaded. Thank you very much. It was a great pleasure for me to present you something about LLMs, Polish LLMs, and not about not only Polish LLMs, but about general landscape. Sorry that it was the last talk. Usually people are tired and exhausted, and the focus is aggregate, but
I think that you made a great job grabbing our focus at the end. Thanks for the presentation. I have one comment rather than a question, but I think that it's from what you presented, having a national LLM is like really strategic for a country. Yeah, it's like building an army or having a pharmaceutical.
Yes, especially, I was last time in the CyberSec forum when there were the officers from NATO, and they also asked about the LLMs in disinformation weapons, because the LLMs can be used not only as helpful tools, but they can be also used as disinformation bombs. They can produce very offensive or very asymmetric geopolitically huge amounts of text that can be incorporated in the different kind of channels, social media channels and blog channels, internet channels. And for example, there was such a case that, for example, you can read it after all. Read about the Romania elections. In the Romania elections, the first choice was the candidate that it was the very as it's called, Russia biased, and the most information during this campaign was by TikTok movies generated, and there was a huge investigation now by European Union how the next elections can be attacked by such kind of materials that were generated by Gen AI. It was the movies, my text informations, and they were flooded by in the TikTok accounts, because they identify about 1,000 TikTok accounts that produce this content to different, especially young people, because they mostly gain knowledge from the TikTok. It is a huge risk. Remember, but the young people, they don't use Google. They don't use Google. We are using Google. They use TikTok and Instagram. They have huge knowledge. They are fed by the TikTokers and influencers.
Yeah, that's true. That's very, very interesting, and one can also even imagine probably that the model can be created, from the start. that it can be trained on the biased data in order to later influence, for example, people that will use it. Yeah, if so, it's a kind of warfare. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Marek. It was a very interesting talk. Thank you. And inevitably, we are very close to the end of our conference for today. So I'd like to thank all the presenters today for their talks, presentations, discussions, and so on. Also, all the participants that were here with us with Polish at the Polish-Japanese Academy of Information Technology, as well as online.
Yes.
You had you have already shown the book, yeah. So
yeah,
we know
we may present it once more. Just
because I would like to invite. I would like to invite everyone, not only to participate in the day like today that will be next year. I hope that Polish-Japanese Academy will also be our host next year, I hope, but
yes,
also to participate in our scientific program, preparing papers that will be published in similar book.
And awarded with best paper award.
Yeah, and probably awarded. We wish to everyone. Okay, so I would, of course, we also would like to thank all the people that helped us to create this conference this year. From my side, from National Information Processing Institute, I would like to thank the whole team of my lab, and also our PR department, which was really, this help was huge. Also, many people from National Information Processing Institute were kind enough to review the papers, not only from NIPI, but from many different institutions, but also from NIPI. And without the reviewers, it's impossible to have the book and to have the scientific program. Would like to add? You would like to add something?
I would like to thank on behalf of co-organizer, Polish-Japanese Academy of Information Technology. I would like, first of all, cordially thank the whole team of our research center and XR department, as well as our president, who is always so kind that he is willing to host us in our new facilities,
yes.
As well as found the one of the prizes, which is also valuable for our community. And I would also thank to all the technical staff and technical coordination of our partners, because it's really valuable input to our community.
Yeah, we had some problems, but we managed to.
Yeah, there's always, if you do nothing, there is no problems if you do nothing.
Yeah, but we are finishing only 2 minutes after the scheduled end of the conference. So I think we finally managed quite good, despite of the technical problems.
Yeah, and the half of year of preparation and the whole day of the conference. So 2 minutes. Actually, our clock shows that.
I think it might be another technical problem.
Because we
have the wrong time.
Like, 2 minutes and a half of the
so again,
and I would also like to thank all the students of our academy, as well as members of our students club. Thanks to them and their work and their commitment, you were able to take part in this practical showcases in the main hall, from the games and immersive systems through VR reconstructions, machine learning applications, retro computers and heritage, to non-standard interfaces of our joint research project.
So if you haven't already played at least one level in Boulder Dash, I think maybe you have a chance to still experience the computer technology retro
and
way.
Artificial mice.
And artificial mice. So.
And
maybe we could put the address and QR code for the scientific program, so it can. I don't know if our technical team could, because I'd like to invite you to check it. If it's not here, you can find it at our website midi2024.opi.org.pl.
So we may say that officially, 2024 MIDI conference
is
closed.
Over. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.